So. Hi, Bird. Sorry. I started setting up. I was adjusting things. Brand new can of soda. Spilled all over the floor. I've been crawling on the floor. Wiping up soda. I got a link. I got a link still. Got a link. Got a link. Soda. Hello. It's me. Your worst nightmare. Booga booga booga. Booga booga booga. Nailing it. Kaz has drink. Oh, this one's much louder than the others. Haunted. I have to get rid of that one, which is sad because it's actually only relevant. But it is so loud compared to the others. How's everyone doing? What up, y'all? You like to hitch in my giddy up every time I try to sway. It locks to 0 degrees. I do this. No, that has a lock too, like right here. 45. Locks every 45. Still tricky. Okay. Well, might as well get to it. It's getting late. I got a whole page due. I must put the fidget otter toy aside. For the note of otters, as much as I love my general visage, we do need... This is also lonely related. We need to be more appropriate for the situation. Hi, Lizzie. So I need to go change skin really quick. Watch this. Sploosh. And I'm just gonna really take this off, put this on, and just... There we go. Okay. I have regressed to horse. I am horse now. On purpose. In chair with tablet. The tablet is questionable with all the water. But, if I lean back a little, it looks like I have good posture. Look at that. It's a lie. But it looks like it. Bias progress dollars by a horse now. I don't know what that means. But hi, Yuri. Welcome to the cave. It's very cavey. I'd probably switch back to the normal cave because I've been chatting for a while. Hey, welcome to the normal cave. It's a different camera angle. Isn't that cool? But we won't be here long. What are the subtitles and where do they come from? They are probably auto-generated by magical AI. There's a plugin I can get for my OBS. It's supposed to help make them better in real time. I didn't know it even offered subtitles unless I did all that. So, those captions. Sure. The statues on shore. The statues on shower. Okay, yeah, no, those are interesting. They sure are trying. The boat at the mall, but the... Okay, I don't know what they're doing. Subtitles are wild. That's a whole new world we've unlocked. I didn't know that button existed, and it probably shouldn't. What the hell is that? Locate the liquor. That's all I got. That's like a whole paragraph. It was like a whole... All the data at. I'm gonna turn that off, or I'm never gonna get anything done. Holy cow, it's like having a stroke. Alright, have fun where all the data at. I'm gonna, we're going over here. I don't even know. Okay. So, I'm in a situation right now when it comes to Lonely Pages because of the state of my clip studio at the moment. So I have to use DeviantArt as my primary source of reference at the moment. So that's fun. I guess I don't have it up anymore. I do have this very scary picture of a lady looking at top. Okay. I'll just go back to DA then. I hate DA. Internet Explorer. Okay. What's the money for? Okay. It's a joke and it's trending and I don't get it. That seems about right. I need like this page to see what we were doing. Little references. I could probably access. So the computer was awake briefly. I'm sure my random stammering and stuttering is really going to make the subtitles even happier with me. Very scary differently with the comfort of balm. Yes, exactly. See? So Yuri found something she enjoys on this damn website. I knew she would eventually. But, you know. Make this a little bigger, make that a little smaller, and now we're set up okay, and we're listening to the RPG mix of peppermint creams in it. I'm normal. Is this enjoyment? It probably is for her. She tends to like when things are fucked up and weird. So yeah, it's been 10,000 years since we worked on Only Hoof. I mean, arguably everything needs subtitles available to it if at all possible, and if there's something that the stupid algorithms should be good for, and all these LLMs and crap, they should be making subtitles. And yet, apparently, for all of its world-changing power it's supposed to have, AI can't handle my yammering. Mostly just making me happy I don't rely on text-to-speech. In a perfect world, like, yeah, I don't know what this is. It's bad. It's horrible. Yeah, side note, mild spoilers for a page you've all been waiting like 6 months for or some shit now. Sorry. Oh, that just goes in there. Go down here, and that goes there. Really shitty voice recognition. Yeah. Hype train incoming? Why is hype train incoming? We deleted a message from a moderator. My viewers are the best viewers. Give me your money.ru. Yuri, I know a domain we need to buy. We'll be able to afford something. I got curious and actually looked at one of those. Not to actually do anything, but like just to look. Thank you for the sub upgrade, babies. Yeah, text to speech is better. This is bad. This is so bad. This is speech to text, but it's still bad. I'm in awe.
Can you leave it on my computer? See what's happening?
Not right this second. Yeah. It's just funny because, like, Piggy would rely on speech to text back when we were in high school, and he'd brag about it. Let's look at this, like, I hope it was better than that. But, like, you see people talking to their phones and stuff, that has to be speech converted to text, or writing. Everything. He hates typing. He, to this day, hates typing. Yeah. The fact it has the delay it does, and it's still this bad, is... I'm not impressed. It might be because the music's playing, but, like, that should just be background noise to it, right? Where's my pencil? Why am I on oil pastel? I don't want oil pastel. I want my pencil. Lizarders gifted a tier 1 sub to Yuri. Yuri's trapped here forever now. Apparently she bought 10 or something. So, thank you and have fun claiming those. I don't know how that works. But now people will have power of emote. Or 9 out of 10 is unrelated and it's something to do with how many she's bought total. I don't know. I don't know how to do multiple audio stream out. I have no idea how that works. People always talk about it, but I never found anything about actually doing it. So I don't know. I also don't know how to dictate which one gets saved to the VOD if I do that. I don't know any of this shite. Not my knowledge. Right now it's all my own music, so... I mean, it would be good because I could get away with streaming my random YouTube BS probably, but... My art looks bad. Someone hit me with a car. That's hit with car music. That's perfect. Oh, so I'd have to save it locally? That, I don't know about that. Yep, now you have access to the animated emotes. Have fun. There's a laughing possum in there. There's Knee Full of Rage. They give you... Mostly they support me, and they give access to my emotes across the whole website. So, on anyone's chat, you can now do the what you call it, this thing. Or this thing. Or... Oh, my face! Excuse me, I need to take this call. Hello? Hello? Oh, they hung up. Oh yeah, there's that one too. They're mostly really simple, but laughing pauses. I want to do more. At least this way you're supporting me instead of just the website like you would with Discord, so... I'm a little more willing to do the animated ones in that context because it gets me paid instead of just, I don't know, Discord.com paid. But now Liz is just showing off. She has her own. Don't ask who made them. It's a mystery. But yeah, now you can use my precious little face all over the website. Have fun with that. You missed the train. No train for you. True, but it's the standard. It was the same on Picardo. And I think it's the same on YouTube to some extent, but no one really uses it. And again, you're supporting the streamer, so I get like 80% of all bits spent on my channel or some shit, give or take. I think it varies with the plugins a little bit. I forget the cut. I think I get 80% of the 80% when it's a plugin because they get a cut too or some shit. Whatever. Point is, I get paid a little bit and I like money. And you can use my silly nonsense wherever you want on here. Because it's been moderator approved. Because all of your GIFs have to be moderator approved unless you have a certain Benny. So, no DDWe or Tooch It on here. Sorry, I don't technically own those IPs, so I can't do that. They won't let me. I could get in trouble. Fair enough. They're still sitting on flipping the bird paws. Well, maybe they have to consult the ancient texts on if middle finger is allowed. It is extremely on brand for you, though. I think if they can't handle a middle finger, maybe it's because it can be used anywhere on the site. Like, even if it's a mature, like, stream, you don't want people using the super mega ultra cum gif anywhere. Like, I'm gonna tune into the Wiggles the Wiggles live. The Wiggles. I know the name of our cover band, and it's awful. And I'm gonna tune into Wiggles live. I can't say it. And I'm gonna span the cummies, the cummy emote, and all the children. This is a good idea. Oh, the corporate suits don't like it. What a surprise. Always censoring me. Yeah, so I get why they do the approval, because it is site-wide and they very much want to maintain a certain image. It's very corporate here. But it is also the only place that really accepts this part of thing. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the platform of Twitch because I am a slut. And I want to feel safe in knowing I will not be oppressed for my slutness on here. Just because I'm not kids friendly or family friendly or whatever. I never said I was. So, whatever. But Picardo had similar tools as Twitch to monetizing, and Pixel just has nothing. And Patreon is not improving no matter what I do. And I'm just kind of like, I had to expand. So here we are. I feel like I've been over this before, but and I play a lot of video games. I was trying to I may as well monetize my hobbies because I'm not making ends meet how I am. So if I have a weird obsession with something, I may as well get paid. A hot... Wow. Wow. Yeah, the rules here are weird. The very rules lawyer kind of rules, you know what I mean? But, I don't know, it's where the money is, and I need money bad, so there I am. Not to go full sellout or whatever, but kind of have to live at this point. So here we are on my Twitch TV /Cat Ears. Where I'm thinking playing video games is making so little money, maybe I should just turn it into a dev stream. Just a dev stream page, just like, what are you doing? Slime Forest. What happened to everything else? No, I work all the time until I die. Please give me money. You can get cute little slime head emotes. I could make those. Those could exist. Cute little slime heads. What do we think of that? I know, everyone's favorite thing to use on people. Just a gif of a slime exploding. So when you leave a chat, you can blow the fuck up. Actually, I guess Yuri would like that. She does like explode. So, I don't know. I tried to link on DA, and I don't know if it worked at all, because on the post, it didn't make the link a link, because DeviantArt. But that is where the Lonely fans are at this point, so it's that and the server, and we'll see what happens. On the note of dev streams, don't expect anything tomorrow. I have to prepare to take Mabel in for her appointment to maybe get fixed. We don't know if she's fixed or not, honestly. We're having a hard time telling if she's got the mark that they might leave on you, be like, oh yeah, she's fixed. And I have learned that we have made the appointment specifically to get her into surgery for getting spayed, but we don't know if she is spayed. And if she is spayed, I don't know how that's going to go, or what they're going to charge me, so...
238.
I know it's 238, but, if they get in there and didn't have to do anything, it's probably still going to have
She her first. All they would do is give her a haircut when they cut her open.
Yeah, I don't know. Waste of time fee. A number I'm not even going to try to pronounce out loud. Have fun with that. First, we need to know how many sets of 3 digits there are. They are?
Yeah, you have to ask for them. Go in and be like, this is my new cat. I don't really know her story. I want to make sure she has her basic baby shot.
Okay.
And get spayed.
And you didn't get that in part of the estimate?
They gave me specific numbers on how much different things will cost.
Okay. Your number sounds real. Granted, to me, with my level of general income, every number reads like that number. Honestly, groceries reads like that number to me. So that's how it feels when something costs $20 anymore. So so thank you for the gift subs, Liz. Yeah, it helps. Are we doing the same activity on Monday? That's okay. The first set of directions I got put me across the river in like a fucking RV park. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not where the vet is. I recognize the sign. It's across the street from my doctor's office. I'm just stupid. Spay party, spay party, spay party. We're going to the what's the name of it? Faithful Friends Animal Clinic, because they had the lowest costs in town, I guess. And that's where we're at. But I do somewhat worry why you would have the lowest cost spaying in a city, but you know. Here's hoping it's fine. I'm just very anxious about everything right now. Money makes me anxious. Working makes me anxious. I spilled soda on the floor, so I'm anxious. Having to be somewhere at 8 in the morning makes me anxious. Do they cost less than Safe Haven? Safe Haven's only $100. Why didn't we do that?
Because we had already made an appointment for Mabel.
Oh. Okay. When did we learn Safe Haven's $100? Okay. I don't know. I'm just doing what I'm told at this point. It's about 200 for... Oh, for Safe Haven's 200? I don't know.
Safe Haven for cats.
Yeah. It probably is different, because you need more anesthetic for a big animal. I'm having issues with face shape. Frankly, I'm having issues visualizing what my script was talking about, but I kind of get it. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Spritzy. Who's under me? Milo. What's up, bud? What are you doing? Just hanging out? You're shedding like crazy is what you're doing. I should get some water. I have no water. Why am I so thirsty? I haven't had water all day. What? You. Milo, go lay down, please. I don't need you hovering under me tonight. You bitey bitch. What do you want? Has anyone slept in the princess bed? It's right there. Merlin was sleeping there for days. Someone be the princess. I don't care who. I'm not going to judge based on gender. Okay, bye. No one wants to sleep in the big pink fluffy animal bed behind me, guys. Am I stinky? Am I stinky? Eh. Sierra, when she says the big thing I can't draw on Twitch.com, and I'm really fighting the urge to be like, that's a schmeenus! Fair. Good relationship, good. We tend to use the problem is we use that vet over in Albany that's like emergency vet even, so they're really expensive. But, you know, they're available 24 hours a day if anything goes wrong, and that's kind of what started it. Don't recommend it for general things. Okay. Very, very expensive. Also that bougie part of Albany. Part I didn't know existed until I had to go there as a vet thing. Just way out of the way. You go through old downtown and across the bridge, you're like, oh my god, there's a whole town over here. And it sucks. It's got like a Subway and a grocery store and a million expensive businesses. And I guess the hospital, maybe? I don't know. Albany's weird. Albany's set up strange to me. I don't really understand the layout over there. Sarah and me selling out on you. Was the saying it's a pittance? It is kind of a pittance. Over in the server. Saw that. I was like, yeah. Selling out to Twitch for a pittance. It's like $25 a month through law. Be more if I ran my ads like I'm supposed to, like if I scheduled them, but it's hard to justify doing an ad break in an art stream to me. You know what I mean? I'm also just rambling. It's like when you run an ad, if you're just blabbing. Made like $20. You know, how long have you been monetized? About a month? That sounds about right. Like how before you have the capacity to withdraw the money, you can still like spend it on Twitch. You know? Great. Thanks. Oh, it's better. March 31st. April. Yeah, so, yeah, you're pretty close to me, pace-wise, honestly. You're a little behind, but not much. You basically just need another Liz. That's who gets all my money. You get your own Liz. But, Doctor, I am... Yeah, I know. You need the people that are willing to engage with your silly bullshit and throw Nokia phones at your head. And brasiers when you're a good girl. There you go. There you go. You don't want to pay money just to have access to GIFs across the site. What if I told you that for $2 you could throw a brasier at my head? Or is it $1 for that one? I don't remember. A few on there I made $5 because they're that annoying. And there's some I disabled because I didn't want it going 6-7 at me all the time. Because maybe I'll enable that one if me and Liz play Ghost Janitors again. But if I do, you'll have to use it. Is that a deal? What do you think, Liz? We enable viewer attack, we play Ghost Janitors again, and if anyone plays 6-7, we have to do the emote at each other no matter what. Hunted by the Ghost, don't matter. 6-7, 6-7. Ghost thought I'd do it back too. I think that would make it a more tolerable game. At least funnier. Hello? Nice! not the noise I thought went with that for some reason. It's $2. 100 bits. $2? Yeah. 100 bits is $2? I thought it was $1. No wonder I'm getting 25 a month. Okay. It's like, man, that adds up fast. $2. Oh. That was like a bit's a penny, basically. What a weird conversion rate. Like how we gave Sierra like the deepest neckline in the world, and you've only had one panel to even notice it's there.
Well, then make it so that you can see it.
But then we'll be demonetized. I don't know. I don't want to just be like, tits. She's just tits. Ironically, the tit peddler is like, but we don't want to reduce her to just her tits. This looks dumb. I'm having an issue.
Oh, erase it and start again.
I think I know the issue. Oh. That's... I don't know. I get it. It's the Twitch microtransaction, basically. And honestly, fucking Picardo was doing it too with their coins or whatever the fuck they call them. They're gold doubloons. I think they just called them. I don't remember what they called them. Fuck. DA does it with... DA doesn't charge for points. What's DA charge for? Is it points on DA you gotta pay for? Really? So lame. Why can't we just not spend Monopoly money everywhere? In other news, you can still donate to me on streamlabs.com/Ketters. Just straight money if you want. You just don't get the fun toys. Because they're not integrated with the ecosystem. What the fuck do you do with 95-bit? Okay. Why is there a conversion rate? It's made up money. Why is there a conversion rate? Why not? Okay. Sure. Jeffrey Bezos. I want to get paid, but I can also be like, capitalism is bullshit, but I must engage in capitalism so I can get paid, but it's bullshit, but I gotta get paid, but it's bullshit. But it's bullshit! Remember, everyone, go spend weird amounts of money to ratio bits to buy me bras. I don't know. You can also subscribe to my Patreon. They still take real money. I'd link it to this if I could. If it was up to me, anyone on my Patreon would just have the sub emotes, but it's not up to me. That would be too cool and nice and fun.
I kissed you.
Thanks, baby.
For 1,000 shells.
1,000 shells to blow me a kiss?
Yeah.
You blew it and everything? Even hear it go off. That makes me sad. Thank you for the kiss, though. Maybe my music's too loud again. Is this full volume again? Is that the problem? No, it's at 65. I specifically turned it down to try and make sure I hear those. I don't know. I might lower some of the point costs. Especially when I change them for the bingo. I keep talking about it, I just keep forgetting. Change some of the point costs for the bingos and stuff. Green has some sort of a skylight situation, right? That's not what I wanted. Why am I pipe? Ben's looking through a door. What the fuck was I thinking with this? I guess the window on the side would work?
That's the front of the train. They're not looking in that area.
No, they're looking out the side or the back. There's a window on the side. You can see it. You can see it right there. It does exist. Specifically wrote Sierra sees them overhead. I'm like, she can't. There's no hole in the roof. How the hell would she see them? I mean, I guess she could see them through the front window like blah, blah, blah. I should have really thought about this before I started drawing. God. It's above the engine, so it'd be like here. Oh, but the door's open. Ben sees. Okay. Good grief. Problem, I came back from this really complicated scene. I gotta remember how the hell I was doing anything. I'm stupid. Chose a horrible time to take a break. And there was life shit in the way and all kinds of crap going on. But I waited too long and I'm like, what is going on? I'm just going with what happened here. The door's open. They know about her. Yes. Should work, I guess. I am sorry it's been so long, guys. I know it's the reason a lot of people are even here. Excited to see the horse moving. Just make people happy.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly trying to make wife happy. A bit of me. I miss Horse. Horse's second favorite story, maybe most favorite story I have. I only have 3 that I really give a huge shit about. One of them's been dead for years. Involves Mises. Mises. What is this? Is not supposed to be there. This is supposed to be in there. Better.
Oh. A slightly different playlist from last time. Just doing the art stuff. See. No? Got my PS2 working again last night. That was nice. Something. Apparently have no charge cords back there for my PS3 controllers, so they're all hella dead. And I'm like, okay. PS3 worked fine, except for the whole I don't have a controller thing. Moment. Just needs a cord, but I don't have anything that uses that plug anymore besides those. So I'm like, okay. Makes it a bit harder than it needs to be. I started Dragon Quarter last night just to test it all out. Or I actually played Dragon Quarter, Breath of Fire 5, I think it is technically. That is a weird freaking game. Tell you what. It's not like a bad combat system or anything. It's not like super deep so far. I'm very early on. I game overed before the second save point, so I had to do the whole area over again, but it's kind of built for you to die a lot? I don't know. It's weird. Apparently, it's notoriously difficult. And I'm like, oh. It's like, I think some kind of time limit or something. Some sort of limit on how much dicking around you can do before you have to start over. And losing in a fight presents just New Game Plus, give up and start the whole game over as an option, basically. Anytime you game over. And it's like built around, you will probably have to do that sometimes, I guess. There's like 25 unique things you can encounter on those redos or whatever. Whatever. Some sort of percentage thing starts going up that I don't know anything about. There's a lot going on. Its button layout's super weird. It's very interesting. It's unique. I effectively lost in the tutorial. Went online like, what the fuck? Read a couple things, tried again, it went fine. But it's New Game Plus isn't you just start over and everyone has their level and shit intact. It's you keep stuff in your item storage, not in your inventory. And you keep certain things that were on you, like they do the save ribbon sort of thing from Resident Evil, but in a JRPG because they're evil? I don't know. Never seen anything like it, but sure. So you can't spam saves, and it's very difficult, and game over could put you in a no-win situation, and the game straight up tells you, yeah, sometimes it'll just make your life easier to give up and start over. But you get party XP, kind of like the party SP we've been getting in Star Ocean. And you can spend that to level up your party, but you do keep that bank if you have to start over, or if you load your checkpoint or whatever. So you can spend that instead. You get New Game Plus, but you have all this like party XP saved up. You just get right up to level 30 and start over. Have a nice day. It's kind of weird. Got like a strategy RPG combat system, something sort of like Phantom Brave, but infinitely needlessly complicated for inputs. Like build your own combo kind of system. I don't know, it's weird. I'm very early in it. I don't have a very strong opinion at this point, but it was a hell of a thing to just plug in and try, I'll say that. Took me past 4 in the dang morning just to make headway on it. I was back there at like 1:30. It's like, damn. You're a mean bitch. Really proud of their character models too. Like they don't do anime cutscenes or high quality render or anything. They literally just their FMV stuff is Just the in-game models, which is only really interesting because those in-game models sometimes have something like 4 entire quads for their entire arm. Just a cube. Just a cube for an arm. Really noticeable because of the way it's shaded, because it's all like cell shading and stuff. It's not a bad art direction. It's relatively low res, but it's PS2. It was the first Breath of Fire for PS2, and the last Breath of Fire. End of story. Which probably says some things in itself. It's like, fuck it, we'll try it. It's alright. What are you doing, baby?
Here.
You know what you clicking around on?
I'm just trying to find something about you talking about home. Trying to find it.
Talking about lonely?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Somebody said something, I just can't find it where it was. It was in a channel,
Okay.
and now I'm looking at it, and I've lost it.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a thing. Is it in our server?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it in the stream alerts or whatever? I'm just looking for my notice that I'm streaming? Yeah. Probably not crazy. I just don't know what you're talking about, or I'd help you look. Me talking about lonely is not really going to help narrow it down. Talked about lonely a lot over the years. I'm sitting up again. Next, sorry, didn't mean to smack the mic with a piece of plastic. / you're welcome if you're into that kind of thing, I guess. Plastic abuse. Come on, sit upright, please. Sit upright, please. Sit up. There we go. Jeez. You adjust your weight once and you're in hell. Oh! There we go. Apparently, Cloud is playing Deep. We still have to try Peak. I want to say Ina got it for us. Okay. Give me a sec. Oh my god, I cannot get a head to look right. Okay. Fire. I hate you. This is great. How far we get before I have some kind of breakdown. Woohoo! Oh. Didn't look to it. Okay. How's that? Is that better? There's a way to put users in chat in its own. I don't know. Do that, I guess. Oh. Never mind. I can't. Do that, though. Playing with my panels. I'm playing with my panels. Stream health. Now you can see your bit rate and your frame rate. Ooh, how exciting. Does this make you excited? Active mods. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Let's put predictions down there. Seems like a good spot. No, put the collab stuff down there, because I use that a lot, actually. Then I can get rid of this panel. I don't have to edit. I've made a mess. I've made a mess of my Twitch thing. Help. There. Slightly less cluttered. Slightly. Apparently there is no way to look at my online users and my chat at the same time. They're considered the same window. That's what we learned.
It's very quiet.
What's very quiet?
Yeah.
The chat room? Yeah, it's really quiet tonight. I was talking for a bit. It was mostly Yuri quoting the very good subtitles we get on the generated. I was kind of hoping the VA people would turn up, but no dice so far. It's alright. I've talked to myself a bit, but I'm only do that Steam so long. Twitch is like, you gotta get good at it. You're auditioning when you're not performing for an audience, you're auditioning for the audience. So you gotta keep going. I'm like, yeah, I get what you're getting at. Irritating as it is to admit, I get anything they're getting at because fucking, it's so corpo. But hey. Itchy. Itchy. Oh, itchy. Okay. I want the quiet chat, though, is less the entertaining myself and more the nothing to suppress the innate desire to just go in the kitchen and find anything remotely resembling chocolate, just devour all of it. Huh? I've been craving chocolate for days. Had a little ice cream, it kind of helped. There's a little cocoa moo left, yeah. Okay, hold on. Trying to give vanilla an expression that actually does what I want it to do. Took some doing. We're working hard for every bit of progress tonight. I tell you what, it's fighting me. It's been a while. I don't think I'll get the page done.
chocolate. A little bit. Realize if you hand it to me, you're not getting it back. Oh, it's very fast. Let's hope I don't dump this all over the floor. Chocolate milk. Ah, dudes. I did some work on the background thing for the Slime Forest battles and puzzles and stuff. You can put a work in progress version of it in the game. I put some stuff on Blue Sky you can see if you want.
Squeaky bed alert.
Squeaky bed alert. Here she goes. Get ready. Do it. Ah. But, yeah. I don't know. Interesting that I just start, you know, a couple new games. I'm not really interested in those at the moment, but cannot do that. At this point, Backroom is meant to be like, well, it was supposed to be set up so I'd have somewhere to go when she had her need me to go to bed early nights for writing. And he halved those, so it's only once a week. I'm like, well, that's silly. Apparently this week, they didn't even do that much writing. They just kind of hung out.
Yeah.
Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah.
That's confusing, but okay. Why? Okay. Okay. Does that mean I have to go to bed early Tuesday? No. Okay. What about the Friday night then?
Yes.
So I do have to go to bed early Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Wish you'd all make up your mind.
Tuesdays and Saturdays.
I thought you were not doing Tuesdays and Saturdays anymore. I thought they
We're
can't.
doing Tuesdays and Saturdays. It's not set in stone what we do, but we are still like supposed to get up on.
Cool. Okay. Just trying to keep up.
Schedule hasn't changed.
Okay. Maybe that room will get some use after all. Cats seem to like hanging out in there with me. I don't know. You playing Monday because it's vet day anyway or something? Okay. I'm so unconfident in my shapes right now, I'm making a new layer just for Vin's fucking glasses. No, it's just where I'm at. I'm having a bad time. Trying to get back into it. It's just like picturing the pages I had in mind. Making the shapes work and all that. I was like, geez. Where do I put best served goal? Okay. Melted Heart, that's right. The Act 2. Someday I'll actually make Sweet Hay. I don't know. Probably not. Not at this rate. Shame, so my favorite music I ever did was made for Sweet Hay. The story is so fucked up at this point. I don't even know what to do with them.
Which one?
Oh, Trelldane. think I've talked to you about this a little bit before. Like, people like Darren and the band's story, and Darren and the band's story was connected to the whole fight with Icona thing, but increasingly I'm just like, God, it's so overcomplicated to try and juggle all of that. The endpoint's very strange and not very well considered or organized, and there are 3 marks, they come together, but also, you know, there's the 9 spirit, they're supposed to come together, and it's just like, this is kind of redundant and too many things. If you just do the 3 marks, you know, against mankind or whatever, it's kind of a whole different problem, and I don't know. They're 2 groups with 2 different goals and 1 solid endpoint where they ended up kind of related. It is ultimately kind of like 2 stories that touch a little bit was the idea, and increasingly like, remove the band from the main story, but the band was what spawned the whole thing, and someday I'll figure out what the hell I'm doing with Trail Day. Yeah. I don't know. The story I like is the one about Hyate, and the story that readers resonated with was not. So it's like, do I do what I'm passionate about, or do I kill my darlings? You know? This Hyate's story is, you know, it wasn't paced great. It was seen as very generic fantasy. Whereas the unique world building was often tied to Darren, specifically. Unless I really mix it up and make Darren part of Hyate's group and just made it its own damn story, I guess. That could work. I don't know. Tie that into it more. Maybe. Kind of make more sense with what they're supposed to be doing in the end. This was meant to be Vin kind of covering her eye because, I can't see. And instead it looks like, I punched myself in the face. Yippee-ki-yay, I can't see shit. Good grief. Not going well on any front, is it? Damn.
You have to give yourself permission.
Oh, I am doing that right now. I am struggling really hard.
Okay, so panel that's troubling you?
Oh, it's the whole thing. It's just like, I don't know what I'm doing this week. I'm trying. It's been a while. I'm trying to get back into it. I visualize the flow of things, get it all working the way I want. And then, you know, chat keeps slowly shrinking. I'm like, oh, darn, okay. I didn't super feel like streaming anyway, so if it just disappears too much, I'll be like, okay, that's a wash. People don't want to watch me stream that. That hasn't changed. Historically, people don't really want to watch a lot of me streaming lonely, so not to pour how the sausage is made live, but with how the story is structured, people tend to care a lot more about spoilers than they would for some things. I get it. You know? Okay, that looks better. Her face is at least in view. It looks less like ow my eye and more like, I'm sorry the sketch is this rough, baby, but I think you can figure it out. What? That's just you being afraid?
lot of pressure.
Hey, at least the parts are in the right order, alright?
God.
Splongus is still attached to her spunkdom. Her spidoinkle. Gonna be a spidoinkle day. There's a way to feel about the fact that the South Park guys were part of me getting me to admit I don't hate musicals, but whatever. I mean, Cannibal and... Oh, they did Team America, that's right. It's not really a musical so much, but... Also aged less than great, but one of theirs hasn't, frankly. One of them hasn't. Yeah, it turns out when you get a couple libertarian dudes and give them a lot of fame, it's just kind of like, oh yeah, okay. See also, Justin Roiland. Okay. I gotta take Vinyl's weird ass hair, make it look like she's kind of blowing in the wind. I can always just ditch the main story trail there and be like, here's the spirit story. The origin of the world. Why? More Oku. Just more Oku, really.
It's up to you. It's your thing.
Like, why do you want to just write about Oku? Listen. Because he's my boy. He's definitely not just me going, man, I can't cosplay anybody. Except Harry Potter, and I don't want to cosplay Harry Potter. My sentiment would, I will say, has aged well. I'm glad I never made that decision. I feel like that's up there with blackface at this point for my particular circles. So, okay, maybe not, but it seems that at the age of 9, you dressed up as Harry Partridge. You mean Potter? Oh God, you know his name. You're going to hell. Anyway, if that was Jace's memory card, please forgive me. Last night, I deleted your save data for Harry Potter off my PS2. I don't know when we had Harry Potter on the PS2, but apparently you did, and it's gone now. Notably, your Scooby-Doo data was not present, and I feel betrayed. That game had Don Knotts in it, you monster.
Brother's birthday night.
Oh, it's my brother's birthday. Oh, shit, it is next. Why did the Google thing give me an alert today? It's next week.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get an alert a week, I guess, so I can plan? Happy birthday. For today only, I'll pretend I agree with you that only people with property should vote. I don't know. Damn. What do you want from me? Today I'll wear pants. That's what I'll do for Mother's Day. That's tomorrow, isn't it? Do, 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 do. I like this one. Did really, really bad on Newgrounds back when I released it. I'm not going to look at what year that was. That will upset me. But it didn't do well. I like it. Chalky milk now gone. Oh, shit. I saw a release trailer for Dusk earlier, and I didn't know what it was. I haven't watched the trailer. Apparently, it is a full Twilight Princess decompilation for PC, Steam Deck, and Android. That's cool. Now we can mod out that fucking intro. I mean, yeah. Born distracted. Die. Oh, fuck! I elbowed the mic, I'm sorry. Okay, this is almost starting to look like characters again, so that's good. Remember, kids, when you take way too long of a break, you forget how to draw your Blorbos. Then what?
Your wife forces you to do it again.
No! Not my Blorbos! What will I ever do if I have to draw my Blorbos? Here's their theme song! Well, no, but it's funny that I did this for Shade, because it kind of feels like, yes, it's for the intro with the... Is that a Calliope? Like, that's what it was, but, like, it suits Oz way more, doesn't it?
What we hear when we hear the circus.
Yeah.
Creepy entourage.
Yes, but the melody is, in fact, the Reaper theme. Because I have a Reaper theme in my head, sorry. That's why I tried to rework it a few different times and different things. There's a few things with themes. I don't even know where to begin if I wanted to compose the one I had for fiddle, because it's basically dubstep. I don't know how to do that. Dee Dee has one that... Oh, yeah, and then Ed has one, I have a few things. Ed kind of has two in a way. Well, one of them's less about him and more just a mood.
But you didn't do like a melody?
There is a melody, just not in this version. I thought I put the right version. I didn't put the right version. Should I fix it? It's gonna ruin the entire shuffle. We could hear the same song 7 times in a row. Enjoy. Let me see if I can find it. In hindsight, I guess the one that says instrumental would not have the fake vocal line in it. This one? There's a bit of Loneliest Brony in there. And I do try to, like, tie things together and stuff. But there you go. Is that what you're looking for? isn't it? Sometimes I will attempt this in the shower and go, I have completely lost the ability to hit those notes.
Do you know the lyrics?
A few of them, but not like I used to. Isn't it strange how I ask those questions over and over and over again? I remember that one. That was like one of the foundational lines of the song. Losing it out. Myself inside this new reality. There's a parade of ponies behind me. It's like, wait, what? I wouldn't mind if it was like this everywhere. Where to go, spermies? I'm never gonna live that one down now, am I? Okay. You kinda are, though. In a way.
You should record a version of that song.
What, you want me to actually try singing it?
Oh, put it in a generator.
I don't want to do a generator. I love myself.
Make Miku sing it.
That entails getting the CD drive working so I can have Miku again, which apparently I now know the issue with. I don't have a functioning fucking SATA cable. I need two. That or I have to figure out how to download my Miku again when she's like an old version of like B6 or some shit now. Maybe they're late 5. I think they're at least 5. I'm using Miku 4. B or something. I don't know. Do you want me to look what version of Miku we're up to? Does anyone care? Yes. Smoke and wisps. I put an arrow in the word smoke and wisps. If you look at it, you know what the fuck I'm trying to convey. Because the wisps are just like lots of glowy bits and trails. I'm like, how do I meaningfully portray this in a way that works as a sketch? Just paint smears? Like, what do you want? I tried, but you can ignore most of what's there if you haven't been ready. Because you have your own flow for wisps. Billion layers. 2 billion. 2 trillion layers. 8 per wisp? What if there's a bunch of wisps? 8 each? They don't share any? You don't ever do like... Okay, I was gonna say, you're gonna kill yourself on this page. It's the wisp part! Oh, technically it's the willows. They're willows, but...
They're willows.
They're willows. But... I decided that after we introduced them. I don't think they ever really referred to them as wisps in the narrative. They referred to them as sure as wisps, like again. That way we get Willow and Wisp. It's a Willow Wisp. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Cloud Hop raided me! Oh no! Now everyone's gonna see these horses. That's the animation for a raid. That looks so bad. I need to make my own raid animation. I am disappointed in you, Jeffrey Bezos. That didn't even fit the screen right. What was that? Well, it doesn't say they're actually in yet. It just says they're coming. That or my chat things, bro. Oh, maybe they're here now. I think they're here now. But it hasn't shown up in my chat yet. Why doesn't it show up in my chat? Who do I have to fight? Who do I have to fight? Oh, hey, I even wrote Smoke and Wisps without the canvas stinking flipped, so... I know. You can basically throw a party. Is it Ding? S-O? No. S-O? Cloud Hop? Did I do it? Is my chat broken? I think my chat's broken on my screen. I need to... It is! My chat is broken on my screen. How long has it been broken on my screen? It's working in OBS. Yuri was asking questions and said a number about sextillion. Hi, Cloud. I gotta have a bot for that. I don't know. Liz figured it out. Is she my bot? Is Liz my bot? Is Lizzie my bot? Oh, never mind. I figured it out. I figured it out. Don't need a bot. Yeah, I found it. I was busy trying to figure out why it didn't show up in my chat that you rated or that anyone had been talking to me. Then I saw Yuri had been talking to me in the capture, and I'm like, what? And then I saw your raid didn't show up in my stream, and it's supposed to, and a bunch was going on, and I went, something's wrong with this, because I just got a raid alert. I just refreshed my whole dashboard. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I fixed it. It's better now. In theory. It says I have 4 viewers again, but still, in theory, it's better now. I need to draw the top of this train. It'll be flying over me. San Jose. It's California. Well, enjoy looking down out the window and going, Oregon. It's a color. I mean, he could be hopping across clouds. You don't know what he's doing up there. Probably riding a plane because he'd otherwise get very tired. He just flew in from Seattle, and boy, are his wings tired. Ah ha 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 ha! I'm a hack. How did Peak go? Wow, how did Peak go, Bunny? I have not played Peak yet. I have it. Ina bought it for me. I think Kaz has it too. We should try Peak at some point. I see. You climbed a mountain and it was bad, and you climbed another mountain and it was not bad. I am glad you found a not bad mountain. I know a lot about video games. I should try it. I should try a few things. He got me Helldivers too. Ina buys a lot of multiplayer stuff that he wants to play with me that never does. Auto-violence mic volumes might be good. Normalization seems like an underutilized function of most things. Noise limiting, normalization, very good things to have. Oh. Alright, if I can't draw a smokestack, then that's actually on brand, because it's like a geometric thing. It's just kind of round, but let's let's scooch this downwards. I think that will work better because of what we need to do with it. Womp, 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 womp. I think that's gonna... No. I think it'd actually be better if we just shrink it a little bit. I want that close-up, but I feel like there's so many close-ups of this no one can tell what the hell's going on. So I need to zoom out a bit and like maybe actually show the context that this is a smokestack and not just a random industrial orifice. It's a problem I've been having with this whole scene. I love this scene has been in my head for years. We're finally getting it out. I'm like, yeah, but what if you couldn't tell what was going on because I framed the entire thing like it's a fight scene in one of those like Christopher Nolan Batman movies. Oh, it was all so close up, anything could be happening. I like those movies. They had that problem. I remember having that problem with like most of the fights that I saw. I was just like, I can't track a dang thing. Oh, Orphanwood, your day will come. Everything is in service of eventually making Orphanwood at this point. Because I believe in that project. I just don't believe I could have made it with what I had available to me at the time. Sure, maybe like 6 people will play it, but I'll be one of them. I will be one of them. You want niche MMO light bullshit? Hey, I got you. Me to channel my missing of White Knight Chronicles into something? Orphanwood. And maybe eventually Magion, but Orphanwood is like the proto-Magion. I'm not making a Magion game until I have Orphanwood. This is a very important order of operations. It's all in my mind. I have to make them in order of escalating difficulty. And develop my talent. Okay.
Party bed.
Party bed. Oh yeah, I got rid of the screen. Well, it's it tastes like me.
Freaky bed.
Freaky bed. You're doing all sorts of stuff over there, huh?
Party bed.
Why are you making your bed fart so much, baby? You gotta get up?
Yeah.
Oh, it's get up time for baby. Oh, we might get an ad break in this after all at some point. Wisps in the smoke. We got wisps everywhere. So many wispies. Willows. They're willows, Sarah. You named them. Call them the right thing. They're wispies, but they're willows. They're willow wisps. See, I pause. I'm not pulling in the 3D skull model just for this shot. It's not worth it for this shot.
What up? It's on it.
I know, but it's like barely visible in the corner. I just need one little piece of it. Like I can just eyeball that. That is so many little bits. You going back in your bed or going to your pooter?
Yeah.
That didn't answer my question. You answered an A-B question with yes. Okay. I'll never know. Bed. Okay. Give me a second. I'll help you get in there. It's called logical or. Yuri? You want to do if you logical or is for if you want a specific outcome if either is true. My outcome it was more of a match case or switch statement depending on your
You're nerding out.
depending on your source of bullshit. Two panels. I can do my job. Woohoo! I asked if she was going back to bed or to her computer, and she just said yes. So yes, in a logical or case, the answer is yes. She is doing one of those two, but which one she's doing is relevant to what my next actions are. So I will be right back, and let's kill pre-roll now that everyone's shown up and been subject to them. With a sweet little lad, I'll go help my wife settle and get her a bowl of cereal. Where's my cave? Let's put up the cave. Be right back, cave. Yes, be right back, cave. Oh. Yuri? 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 I am not a computer. It was a very straightforward question of if you're doing thing or thing. She is not a computer. You are not a computer. Liz, I'll be right back. Be right back. Yes!
Why are we hiring Lizzie? What's going on? Hello? Yuri, you can't prove me wrong. Listen, Yuri. Among all the other evidence I have that you are a real person, we have in fact watched you accept an award on a live stream for winning a Rumble Arena tournament, and no computer on God's green earth has that much of a special interest. I'm sorry, they just don't. I hit the wrong button. Now we're over here. Okay. You... You could go up to that dang computer that's like specializing in chess and be like, how interested are you in exactly one thing? And its answer would not compete with you in Rumble Arena. Yeah, Kazi, please give Liz money. I'm pretty sure it was a typo, but we're in a Rumble Arena tournament earlier today. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. So if you're a computer, you're one in a human body who has been in several photos I've seen and videos, and won multiple Rumble Arena tournaments and single-handedly kept that fucking mod scene alive, it seems like. And then there's no end. I'm sorry, Yuri, but you're probably, unfortunately for you, actually alive. Yeah, you. I'm pretty sure a computer could Tetris, but I've watched you play Tetris, and I think a computer would make fun of you playing Tetris. So... because computers, I don't know if you know this, are much faster than we are. You do vroom vroom. A computer would know exactly what move to make and input the exact things at inhuman speed. So... especially if you have access to, like, the data of Tetris. Board state, upcoming pieces, quick logic run, okay, done, done. I like the Vaporeon Mongo Cat, that's very cute. I sneezed, I'm sorry. You were supposed to be arguing that you're supposed to be arguing that you aren't real, that you are a computer. And now you're arguing a computer could not play Tetris as good as you. So which is it, Yuri? Have you lost the plot? Did you forget your goal? How very human of you. No, I'm pretty sure you just implied that you are, in fact, the game of Tetris in sentient form. There's no take-backsies. You are now Tetris. Enjoy being Tetris. Your name is now Danae Tetris. Legally. Oh, you want to be John? All right. Well, I didn't want to make you like have dysphoria or something. But you can be John if you want. You know what? We're filling out the paperwork anyway, so we may as well just do whatever you want.
Just do whatever you want. Do whatever you want forever. How's that? She-coom. It's she-coomed. Joanna Tetris. The new documentary from Netflix and Chill.com. And draw everyone's least favorite bird. Better idea. Okay. What's this? There we go. Now, can I get his freaky little bitch smile in here? It's very important. If we're going to be showing a close-up of Oz, Mr. DeVille, we need to get his freaky little bitch smile in there. Normal bird stuff. Don't worry about it. Oz is a very normal bird. He's the most normal bird you've ever seen. A normal bird with normal human teeth. Normal bird. Oh, this angle's upsetting. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I hate it. My wife will hate it. Everyone will hate it. And that's exactly what you want when you're drawing Oz in a close-up. Just, oh! Oh! Now we just gotta figure out how to do that, like, SpongeBob-styled, gross, detailed... just... like, oh, no, oh! Very normal bird.
Look at his teeth, all the detail and shit that he has.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. It's Oz. He's gotta be fucking gross. Just maybe add a little bit of weird spit in there. It's like, ah, why?
Spitting as he talks.
Like he's drooling. Just, oh, yes. This is how I look at your mother. Oh, Oz, please. She's a tasty morsel.
Ah, don't use the word morsel.
Why? What's wrong with morsel? Why specifically morsel? Oh, well, there's a difference between you and between Oz and you. Yeah, there's a pretty big difference. I don't know if you can figure out what it is. That's one way of looking at it, yeah. I'm a normal birdie. Caw-caw.
Oh my god. Why?
And all the fun will be teeth.
Why do you make me draw such horrible things? Because I'm getting like the flashlight held up to your face as you're telling a horror movie kind of shading.
Yeah, basically. If that's what floats your boat. I make you draw horrible things because we draw Oz, and he is a horrible thing.
Oz is terrible.
If we wrote a book exclusively about Oz, it would just be called Horrible Things. That's the name of his fucking biography.
Next, on Netflix, horrible things.
You've heard of Stranger Things, but have you heard of Have you heard of stranger danger? Because you're about to feel it.
Hello. I hear you want to learn about science. I'll tell you something about science.
Yeah.
Am I thought they took him off the air when Wishbone died. I keep that pup's soul in a jar.
Oh my god!
Trying to turn him into a book. Or science.
I don't know why it still surprises you when Oz is awful.
You're gonna have to help me with this. Show me how to do this.
Of all the Reapers that we have at this point, Oz is by far the most genuinely vile of the bunch.
Pickle juice!
What about pickle juice? What else is in the jar? Pickle juice. Yeah, you're right.
I keep Wishbone in the jar with the pickle juice. I'm sure she was thinking of pickle juice and nothing else. Why else would she bring up a jar?
Ew. On brand, but ew.
They're so crunchy.
Oh!
What?
The reflections in his glasses.
Yeah, that's why I did the close-up.
That's hard! You evil bitch!
You're the only one in lonely bed.
Really hard.
It's always hard. Telling stories is hard. Doing it visually is also hard. But we do it anyway, due to the passion of humanity.
Sarah,
Yeah.
I have an evil idea.
An evil idea? What's your evil idea?
Have his hand like Shrek.
What, like he's orgasming?
Like he's like,
Okay, yeah, it's kind of working. It's a little less creepy, but it's also kind of fucked up in a very I don't know. What do you think? Oz touching himself borderline sexually or no? What does the chat
gotta
think?
make the gloves all extra long and stuff on the fingers.
That's right. You're right. They gotta look fucking like bad condoms. This does not help us look any less fucking weird. I don't know how I feel about the hand being there. I kind of like it with the head. I love the idea of the hand being there.
Oh, like he's like going this like.
I know what you want him to be doing. I'm just saying it's. It might be zooming in more, to be fair. I want the willows to be the focus.
Eee!
Yeah, his teeth are also the focus. They're the horrible distraction. Here, I'll do this for you. Look at one gross, glorbly little finger. You can decide if it's on his face or if he's just pointing scientifically.
Yeah. I'm evil.
Ew!
Look, it's already creepy as like human teeth in there. I cannot help but feel like it would be even creepier if they were just kind of mysteriously wet. Yeah, like why are they wet?
Why are they tiny?
What is wrong with your mouth, sir? If that is what you are.
Rotting from the inside out.
Yeah, basically. Spoilers, kind of.
This is spoilers. He's a gross ass bird.
What this needed? Just a hint of gums.
Oh,
Just a hint of gross gums. Just a gross little hint of nasty. Just for you, baby. Give you that nice little artistic challenge, yeah? Yeah, who doesn't like a little artistic challenge once in a while? Yes. What?
I could think of the Jim Carrey's
Doing what? What exactly?
I don't know.
Just the
That's
voice?
what I'm getting. The vibe.
Self-loathing on Tuesday. I'm totally booked.
This that again.
Dinner with myself. And a movie. I don't like thinking about Oz flirting. Can we just say Oz is asexual? Oz is so asexual.
When is he not?
Exactly. I had the thought of Oz flirting. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm very uncomfortable with that.
This that again.
It's my favorite person. They're the one I want to kill the least. By quite a wide margin, usually.
Who's talking to me? Oh, Lizards and Cat Girls out of context asking you for money. So. Tell you what, Liz. First off, if you're interested in throwing one of your OCs at this freaky little man, talk to me, and I will show you the one drawing I've ever made of him naked.
That'd be awful.
No one has seen that drawing except my wife, to my knowledge, because it is exploring what he looks like under that coat as a character development thing, not as a horny thing. There is no cock out on Oz, I don't think. But we have drawn him without the coat as an example of how that body looks under that weird limp glove. And if you're still down, listen. You have fun with that. I'm not streaming that one. So, you know, I'm just saying. Partly not streaming it because it is kind of a reveal thing later, but also at the time being, let's just say he's not He-Man.
Even.
We are not dealing with Prince Adam of Eternia here. We're dealing with Beelzebub of Hell.
Beelzebub of Hell mixed with a cockroach.
Cockroach might be more sexy.
No.
I'm just saying, the Dave's apartment cockroaches got more swagger than Oz. Like, no contest. I don't think I've done this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bite it. Also, I have taste of milk in me. Or maybe this will help. I had Cocoa Moo a while ago.
Bite of my cereal.
Oh, because I also did that, and that might be why I have taste of milk in my mouth. See, what it sounds like, Liz, is you want Oz's fan fiction version what Oz looks like under the coat.
And then I injected myself with super serum and became science. And by science, I mean swole as fuck. No one would ever disrespect me again, or my brilliance, or my big rippling muscles. Look at that.
It's kind of a fun voice to do, but I always forget his fucking laugh, mostly because I think the laugh would get me arrested. It's after 10, I'm not doing that again. I don't want to be arrested tonight. Bobby, to be real, if you can't hear the fire alarm upstairs, you're probably not going to hear me. Where's your Gavin?
My cat.
Oh, here, I'll get him for you. Hold on.
No.
No, don't get the Gavin.
No.
No Gavin. I was going to get the sassy Gavin. One.
It worked on the baby.
get to work on the page. Good.
But
On what? Yes. I love this song. I want other people to love this song. This one I felt like I always got the slightest, like, the most slight. Oh, this one's good. It's simple. It's meant to be like a cave song for an RPG. You're exploring a cave. And yeah, it's kind of repetitive, but also, I don't know. It's got a good vibe. Might have to move that text. Hmm? What?
I love you.
Oh, I love you too. Listening to her comfort Gavin body pillow. A thing that I could make for her. I could make a Gavin body pillow. She could order the case. I can't sell the pillow itself unless you order it with Own a Hole, apparently. Whatever. Now it's fitting to have this music. Pause his fucking face right there. Welcome to my cute My Little Pony webcomic. Here's the first thing you see. Thanks for rating. It's cute ponies. Oh, the bird with wet teeth.
That a cat girl. Not a comment.
Put that one on a poster. T-shirt. I'm a bird with wet teeth. Like, what is that about? I don't know. What? I don't know, but I spent $15.99 on it, and I'm wearing it on my body. My peppermint creams. This might be my favorite song I've never posted anywhere, because I never made art that I liked for it. At this point, I'm about ready to take their fucking album art and just run it through a mosaic filter. Be like, here, I made this years ago. Now I'm finally posting it, because I give up trying to draw Mark's face and like it. All future Markiplier art will be run through a posterization filter and then drawn over. Game full of beautiful hand-drawn monsters and artwork. Anyway, here's Mark. Brr! Have I ever explained, like, why I think Vin is the one who'd be the best at standing on two legs?
No.
Because she's always standing behind the turntable booth. So she has to be on her hind legs a lot, 'cause she always needs her front legs to run that. So that's why she's able to, like, kind of stay vertical a little bit here. She's not going to be for long. She's about to fall, but still. Thankfully not off the train, because I'm not that vile. Not to her. No promises to any pony else.
Like a killed bartender.
No, the bartender's going to be fine.
You need to be turned into pink mist.
I have constantly said it is not the bartender who's going to be turned into red mist or rainbow mist or whatever a pony would turn into. I said it would be really funny if I did, but I didn't want to. Everyone knows exactly one person in that car, and I'm like, what if, though, I just blowed him up? What if I just blowed him up? We're dealing with specters of death, and one of my One of my plot lines involves an extended conversation between Shade and Granny Smith about the conditions of her finally giving up the ghost. Yeah. That's what I might explore down the line. Granny Smith's...
Granny Smith meeting with Shade. I've been waiting for you a lot.
I ain't done yet.
I was gonna have her in like a room surrounded by like wards and shit. Like she's way past her times. Like they can't fucking take me. Nice spray of ground meat. On the one hand, I don't think she'd say the F word, but on the other hand, old ladies off their rocker might say the F word. What?
A crazy headshot of Granny Smith.
They're never gonna take me alive.
I mean, I've had ideas and plans for Granny Smith. I think I mentioned them to you, but if we get into that, we're actually getting into spoiling ideas and shit. No. Ooh, spaghetti sauce. That sounds good. Liz, bring me some nice sauce. Liz, bring me a chocolate bar. Liz, leave your job and bring me a candy bar. And not a little bitch candy bar either. We're talking like a Toblerone, but full of cookies. Oh, yeah. Chocolate. Like if Toblerone was stuffed with Oreos. Like a 3-foot Oreo stuffed cookie candy bar. Mint chocolate. Why not if I'm dreaming big? Oh, maybe some crisp rice just to really confuse my brain. I may as well settle all my cravings at once. Serve it with a side of cheese. They don't go together, but in case I change my mind and want cheese, there'll be cheese there. I'm not doing normal. I've basically been craving a mystery candy bar for days. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. But I know I want something. I'm thinking of all the usual culprits. Like I used to get symphony bars all the time, like just the normal milk chocolate creamy symphony bars. Don't want that. Crunch bar is my favorite. Don't want that. Dark chocolate crunch bar, maybe. Maybe. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Dark chocolate Reese's is pretty good, but I don't want the peanut butter. I don't want peanut butter right now. Why? I don't know. I just don't want that in the candy bar. On the side, sure. Peanut butter on Ritz, all over it right now. But no, not my candy bar. I know. I'm just saying. What do you want on your candy bar? Not those. What do I want? I don't know. You want Three Musketeers? Ew, no. Rolled that one out. Idaho Spud. And then there's like, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want.
Talking about potato?
I don't know. Liz brought up Idaho Spud. Maybe it's a kind of candy bar made of potato. Maybe there's potato in the chocolate. Maybe there's... French fries do sound alright, but they gotta be good crispy fries, right? They're like Burger King or something. I don't know. No, I ate those. Well, there's JoJo's from Safeway in there, but...
Those are...
Yeah, those are probably dead. So that's probably out. Contains coconut. Suck my coconut. No thank you. Get over here and put your mouth on it so you stop saying bad ideas. No. No. I don't want coconut on any candy bar. Coconut is for weirdos. No offense to people that like coconut on their candy bars, except maybe a little, because I don't get it. But that might just be the tism. Let's be real. I think Katie likes coconut on her candy bar, so I'm being nicer than usual. You don't? Oh, well, fuck coconut! Fuck everyone that eats coconut! Fuck anything that's not a coconut lifesaver. Those are okay, actually. I can do a coconut lifesaver. Salon cookies? Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a big fan of coconut in anything. I don't like the texture. I don't mind the coconut lifesavers, but they are much sweeter than actual coconut anything.
Like coconut chips, like chewing on wood chips.
I don't like coconut. Yeah, it feels weird in my mouth. I don't like the way it feels. It is purely a textural thing. It's not like, ew, I can't eat this. It's like, this is a deeply unpleasant experience to me. Like, the flavor's fine. I don't want to throw up on it or anything. I'm just like, this sucks. People eat this for fun. I kind of feel the same way about candy corn, not to be too much of a hater tonight. It's like, why is this considered food? Because I'm a meat, and meat is edible. That's why I am considered by some things to be food. Now, what considers me food in the room right now? I don't know. I heard the word food and I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Yuri, bring me chicken strips.
I have chicken strips in the fridge.
No, I don't.
Uh-huh.
I do?
We eat them?
I thought you got patties.
Oh, I thought I got strips.
You got 2 bags of the chicken patties, I thought. I can go look.
Did we eat them?
We ate some a few weeks ago. 1 bag was a meal.
Chicken patty.
I don't know. If I'm making one, I'd probably make more than one.
Chicken bacon.
No. Strip cheese breads? Strip cheese breads? Strip cheese sounds like a brand new kind of dance for a very specific kind of person. Hey, baby. Are you ready for your strip cheese? You're just covered in craft singles. Like, let's go. Which one do you want to peel off and eat first?
Ew.
Mozzarella. Gouda choice.
Good old cheddar.
Baby girl, you gonna come play with my baby Belle? Oh! Say, oh my god, I don't know what I mean by baby Belle. It's something round, I guess. Probably. I have some ideas what it could mean, but I didn't go into that thinking, I know exactly what I'm gonna mean when I say this.
I'm quite concerned you're my Linda.
I'm your Linda. Porcelain little babies!
If you're not ready, then why do I feel this way? Little baby.
Little babies! I wish more of our server watched Bob's Burgers.
I know. Burgers rock.
If only so I could, like, reference little things. Not even a lot of Bob's Burgers. Like, just season or 2 of Bob's Burgers. You'd probably be caught up with my brain. Like, what did it latch onto? Early shit, mostly, it seems. Someday I'll watch the newest 4 or 5 seasons I'm behind on. I'm behind by 9?
Yeah, they're on 21.
Damn! Wow! How many has The Simpsons had? Like, pure season count. We're gonna compete. Fuck, let's go. Jesus! I didn't think Bob's Burgers even been around that long. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Maybe I need to watch Bob's Burgers. Maybe that... It's been so long that have I even really watched it. Do I even know Bob's Burgers anymore? I don't know. How many years are these kids gonna live through the same Thanksgiving over and over again? I don't think they've ever aged, have they? Like, is Tina ever going to high school? Ugh, this bought candy bars, but not for me. Okay, I still couldn't tell you what candy bar I actually want of anything that exists. You know what I kind of miss? I always bring this up because I always kind of miss them. The Wonka Exploder bars, basically Crunch bars with Pop Rocks instead of Crisp Rice. They don't have fruit flavor in it. They're literally just like the candy part that makes the pop. So it is this soft, like, just a sugar shell, basically, that pops in your mouth and crackles. It's really weird. But they weren't even that good. They weren't even that good. I just thought it was fun. They're fun. Scratches a weird itch of like, I want Pop Rocks, but I want actual candy that's not just Pop Rocks and teeth rot. Hey, what if I get the teeth rot with some chocolate? There you go. But it wasn't Nerds or Laffy Taffy, so it died because Wonka candy never goes very far. Gobstoppers, kind of the big three, aren't they? A lot of people like Gobstoppers. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was a brief window where they tried new Wonka candies in the 2000s or something, and they just didn't do great. The main one I remember is the exploder bars, which does feel very Wonka. It's a candy bar that blows up in your mouth. Yeah, it feels like a Willy Wonka thing. I can see that like being canon-esque, you know. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, I liked those. They weren't great. They're not as good as a Crunch bar, but let's go for a Crackle. You never see a Crackle bar in the wild. You know what I mean? You look at them as miniatures. Just out here. And I'm sure they're out there somewhere, but they aren't here. You think in Hershey, Pennsylvania, they serve like those 3-foot Crackle bars? Oh, finally, enough Crackle. Still like Crunch better, though.
I've been to Hershey.
I drove by Hershey.
I've been to the factory.
I know, baby.
They have a 25.
Finally, almost enough chocolate. Finally, almost enough chocolate. I give it a week.
I give you a hammer when you buy it.
No free hammer.
So you can solely.
You know what I used to get every so often when I was a kid? Well, more when I was a teenager. It was too much when I was a kid. There was a couple of years for Easter, Mom got me one of those giant Hershey's Kisses.
Yeah.
Oh. Don't just bite those. You will hurt your teeth. But they're solid. I know. They're great. I also miss solid chocolate bunnies, otherwise known as the only good chocolate bunnies. Hollow is a lie. Fuck you. The most chocolate bunnies end up being Palmer chocolate, which is like, why are we doing this to the children? Look.
Hershey's taste like vomit.
No, to most of the world, yes, Hershey's tastes like vomit. But at least Hershey's has never sold me something that says chocolate flavored chocolate on it. So, I believe Palmer has a lot of the Dollar Tree candies like that, like chocolate flavored chocolate. Like, if it's chocolate, is it chocolate or not? What is it? It's like if you bought chicken flavored chicken. Like, why did you have to specify? But it's still supposed to be chicken. I'm confused. What am I eating?
Sawdust and glue.
Oh! Well, okay, as long as it tastes good. As long as it tastes good, the texture's not coconut. Sawdust. Yeah, sawdust is what I think of coconut. Yeah. I don't remember if that's what you said earlier.
Wood chipper.
Wood chip, yeah. Sawdust is specifically is what coconut feels like to me in my mouth. Feels like I'm eating sawdust. Sawdust, it's like, doesn't even have a flavor, it's just sawdust.
It once that it was like the mulch you play on as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm active during the stream.
Yes.
Weird.
I don't know. You should do it more often. Guys, your lovely conversation. Give me someone else to riff on these fucking RPGs with. They're pretty bad sometimes. RPGs with. Star Ocean is better than I remember. It's not great, but I thought my memory of it was, oh, this is genuinely terrible. I'm like, no, there's some smart stuff here. There's some okay writing in places. It's fine. It is kind of lame. It's not as lame as 3. Yeah, what's lame, baby? What about it? Edge is just a stupid name.
He's too whiny.
Yeah,
He's a whingy bitch.
Yeah, he's very, he's very 2000s JRPG protagonist.
2004 to 2006. All the JPGs, all of them are just so guilt-coded. I'm like,
You gotta identify with the children who are guilty they survived 9/11. Truly, that's what Final Fantasy VII was really about. I don't remember when that came out. Yes, dear.
damn.
Dodge Drive. She's like, I'm so guilty.
No speaking.
I survived 9/11.
No speaking.
Sephiroth didn't.
You have been speaking.
My stream. I do what I want. Wiggle on a jiggle and spree.
Wiggly. Why am I?
For fun and profit.
Or
For fun and profit. Yeah, for fun and profit. That's why you wiggle on a jiggle and spree. You gotta wiggle on a jiggle and spree. This kind of works. Oh, that wispy, it's screaming loud and I hate it. Look. No, you're in trouble when using several layers of sketch.
not the first or the last time.
Yeah, I gotta torture my wife adequately or she won't feel challenged.
No.
I don't want you to feel bored with the game. What?
Only I get to torture me.
Okay.
Me.
Only you can make my dreams come true. I missed the letter T-O, dude. E. It's because of you. Only you. Hey, look, we're halfway. You know what? I think I am going to put on the air fryer. Do you want any, baby? You would like what kind of drink? Coke or Dew?
No.
Hot. Said Dew?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me while I wiggle my way back over to you. Like a doodly bit. Your feet. I'm sorry. Someone come massage her feet.
No, you do.
Everyone come massage her feet at once. Bring a steamroller. Steamroll her feet.
Oh, I don't want flat feet.
She'll finally have them rubbed enough. Hey, I'm nice to you. I'm trying to recruit people to help you with your feet. I'm so nice to you. I'm making page for you.
Steamroller.
Yes. What, you never felt like you just want a steamroller to run you over?
No.
Really? I've been there. Finally crack all these little nicks in my back and stuff. Like, oh, yeah. Roll my guts right out my mouth.
Like I did the other day.
Yeah. What happened? Oh, Yuri bought an attack.
Oh.
Well, she better wait a second, because I need to go turn on the air fryer, and I won't see what the attack is. Then what? Maybe she just wanted to see the gremlin.
That's what I did, and how do I throw it?
You didn't actually throw it? You bought it? You didn't throw it?
One.
Oh, you have to click the little heart tomato and actually use it and click on where on the screen you want to go. So I have to turn on the air fryer. I'll do that right in a second.
That's lost my phone.
You fool!
I had it. Now I've lost it.
That.
That's stupid.
How'd you lose your phone?
Oh, it's between
In your legs. You gave birth to a phone!
That long had a job.
That long in a job.
Obliterate the bones. I'm back. Why are we obliterating my bones? Oh, because we're rolling. This might be a little laggy tonight. Okay, now I'm here. Now. Oh, yep. I heard moi. Where's that? Yep. Right on the cleave. Right on the cleave. That's very on brand. Very on brand, Yuri. Anytime, sweetheart. All right. How do we know Yuri's real? Because the computer doesn't know where to aim.
How do you know if I bought one?
I don't know. Let me look. Oh, yeah. Your attacks. It'll show you what you have available, and you pick one, and you pick... Liz knows exactly. Aimbot for the jiggle bone. I don't have a jiggle bone. Neener. I'm just a PNG. I'm set to do a specific bounce, and if I really want to, I can do a whole different bounce. Check this out. How about this? Now I'm doing that. Or how about this? Yeah, now what? Every time I talk, I'm really excited. You'll never be able to stop me. I'm so fast. Or I can just be stagnant. I can have no energy whatsoever. Oh, what do I have to set to?
I just kiss you.
Thank you for kissing me. Oh, I'm shaking.
Right on the eyeball.
Oh, you made me shake. I'm shaking, baby. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna explode. Boom. Happy birthday.
I fed you cake.
Thank you for the cake. Now Yuri has something to eat off of me.
Sarah!
You can help. What, do you have
You bitch!
do you have dibs on the cake? Well,
It's on eating off of you.
all right, so I got two ladies wanting to eat off of me. Nothing wrong with that. Huh? Are you getting jealous? It's fun when she's jealous, to be fair. She likes to assert her dominance. And I always end up winning. Because she asserts her dominance. Hell yeah. Yeah, you say that now. Air fryer's ready. I'll put them in the air fryer. My favorite, most confusing thing you do. I guess my favorite confusing thing in general. Some nights you're like, yeah, I don't care, do whatever you want. Other nights you're just like, and I will kill anyone that looks it on you. Then some nights you're like, bring me bitches, please. And then other nights you're like, how dare you say the word bitches? Dare you imply, even think of other bitches?
Another night you like. Tell me about this. I love you.
Bring me my cat.
The cat.
Not her treat.
Oh, you want that cat? Hello, what's she looking at? Mwah. Here.
Meow.
What? Is there anything I'd say to the chat, maybe? No? You just want me to put down? Okay. Mommy wants to see me. Here you go. Do, 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 do.
Is it it?
That's good though.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah, I forgot there was a big-toothed bird off to the side. I've been so focused on Ben, I was just like, oh yeah, there's the freakiest shit you've ever seen over there. It's just gonna get worse as we go, too. That happens when you put, like, the agents of death as your villains. And it's like, hey, well, guess what? You're gonna see some weird crap. You're innately dealing with evil ghosts, basically. Well, not entirely evil ghosts, but this guy, not exactly off the table. On the evil front. Oz is definitely not good. The others you like make an argument for, you can get in their head, you get their side of the story. Oz, what's his side of the story?
Fucked up. Let's do it. I can't wait to ruin lives. Souls are just an energy to be used as fuel. Die for my privilege. Power my TV.
Yes, dear. Oh, squeaky bed. Okay. You know, it's weird drawing a position like this and it's nothing to do with the pervert thing. For some of you who have ideas. Ooh. Booty. Spread out before me.
Hey,
Yes, dear.
be appropriate.
What's that mean?
Correct which?
I do have guidelines, but I can say stupid shit. It's probably fine. So, there's that. I just can't draw it. That's why there's not once been a single comical penis on the stream. Even though it's really fun. Remember, if you like actual smut, that's not this website. But there is a pixel link somewhere in my bio, and you can follow that. And that's where those happen. Enjoy! Not on there right now, because I'm on here. Could multi-stream, this specifically. But I don't do enough things I could multi-stream to think that that is a good move right now. What's up, baby girl? I'm sorry your feet's hurt. I'm working. I'm working for you. Yeah. Does it excite you? Like, hey, it's the Hooves. Not dead, hooray. And you look at the page, be like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. And then if we don't have a page again next week, you're like, I hate you. Get back to work. Yeah, I can't win. Need my help with what? Again? And I have them. I'll do it when the shit beeps, okay? I'm streaming. What was that? Sticker from what? Off your bed? Why'd you rip a sticker off your bed? Yeah, what's on it? Oh. Maybe so you can write your name on it. Be like, this is my bed. It's got my booty smell on it. No one else can use it because it don't smell like their booty. It smells like mine. What? No? What, you think beds don't have booty smells? I'm pretty sure beds have booty smells.
Beds don't have booty smell.
Booty
You
butt.
have a booty smell on your bed, you're not cleaning your booty.
Or your bed. I bet the cat thinks that's booty smell. Man. Everyone vote in chat. Do bed have booty smell? Should bed smell like your booty?
Oh,
Nah, I'm not saying it smells like shit. I'm saying it smells like how your butt smells.
hey.
However your butt smells. Look, we all have smells. Yuri says booty, booty, booty rocking everywhere, so clearly she heard another logical or. It's okay, we love her anyway around here.
Saying that you get sweaty booty and it makes your bed smell like sweaty booty.
Sweaty booty, yeah, you'll smell like your sweat. Dirty booty, it's gonna smell like your butt, like your poops. Don't want that one. Look, I'm just saying, be considerate of how your booty smells, because your bed's gonna smell like your booty. As are most of your favorite chairs. That's just life. Yeah. I think it makes sense. I am also wrong? How am I wrong? Okay, what's your bed smell like then?
Bed.
Yeah, and what's the smell of bed? No. Maybe for the first couple days. If you change your sheets super often, you get the smell of sheets and laundry detergent. But most beds smell at least a little bit like booty. Just saying. My booty smells like booty, because it's my booty. Yes, the cat probably smells like booty. You know where the cat likes to lay? In your bed. So, all these cats rotating around your bed, their booty butt smells there too.
I know the ball.
Yeah, I know what he smells like.
You don't know. He smells like waffles.
He smells like waffles. His booty smell is waffles. She insists Milo smells like waffles, and I can't say she's wrong. He does kind of smell like waffles a little bit.
He smells like waffles.
Alright.
Yeah.
Scream. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to run another ad. It's been over an hour apparently. Time flies when you're throwing horses on their ass. And I am going to get the stuff out of my air fryer so I can eat it. And we are going to come back. And I will have rubbed her feet and gotten my treat. And I will be happy treat eating Goral. Happy treat eating Goral. Yes. So, everyone behave, or don't. because the teacher is leaving the classroom for a minute, as they say. And what happens, I guess. But Liz is in charge because she has mod powers and she's in the chat. Enjoy. Snack time.
What if we kissed under the 3 chicken patties smothered in Parmesan? Ooh woo. I like the cheese. I like the cheese. Ah. Doodling. I keep on hitting game out of instinct, 'cause usually on Twitch I'm hitting game. I have a different thing for doodling. Where's my fork? I found my fork. I should probably get a knife. Should I have a knife and cut my chicken patties? Chicken patties. Chicken patties. Now I can stab my enemies and my food. Oh, yes! My food. Wow, how we holding up, everybody? What's that for Lizzie? She will care. Oh, you already poked me. Wow. You're... I know exactly where I'm putting that. Take that, Yuri. Yuri's gonna destroy me and steal my fiance. Like, I want to say it's from Friendship is Witchcraft, but I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I knew that to be an updating thing. Sadly, it was very funny. Then Hasbro got mean, and I'm like, well, we can't do it anymore. I might have several of their songs downloaded. No, some of it didn't. Like any employment of the word gypsy, you're already in trouble, right? That's not going to age great. I don't. The song in that episode is really funny. I'm sorry. The one about wanting to marry your brother. Everyone else like, this is kind of weird. Like doing that. 2 big brother best friends forever. He's like, let's just get rid of any potential subtext. She wants her brother to be her husband. Since we're not related, it'll be okay. Because he showed up on her doorstep one day. He's like adopted. So, like an unhealthy obsession with her little brother. Yeah, it's supposed to be her older brother, but I don't think it is in that.
It is.
And Friendship is Witchcraft?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have... Since we're not related, it'll be okay, and Gypsy Bard on my computer. Because they're just bops. They say a stitch in time saves 9, but I'm just saving 2. Hi. Yes, I made chicken. So the main thing I remember is those songs. And it's an avalanche! The ABBA music starts playing and it's a bunch of music videos falling on their head.
I will say this, though. It aged a hell of a lot better than Dot Move. So, ooh. Even if Dot Move also has some very quotable things in it. Boy, howdy, the worst parts of Brony Culture hopped all over that thing. I remember the Crush, Kill, Destroy swag marches. Holy crap. Let's just terrify everyone in the hotel for our in-joke. That's smart. Yeah. I like parts of it. I like the Fat Albert voice, Fluttershy, for some reason. It just makes me laugh. Hey, 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 stay out of my shed. And I quote the original a lot. You get a wicked bad tummy ache. Did you know there was a whole side story to Dot Move that was just a comic on Tumblr? Yeah, Applejack is in a coma the whole damn time. She wakes up in canon My Little Pony and is dealing with them for the whole time. And learning how to like actually do friendship and stuff before waking up at the end of the Dot Move things from her coma and being back in that world. So there was like a whole extended story thing going on with Applejack and her apple coma. And then he drew Steven Juniverse, and everyone went, oh no. So, good job, Mr. Gilardi. Oh, yeah, no, Max Gilardi is, that is a man who wants to be edgy and offensive because he thinks the joke is being edgy and offensive. Like, that's probably the origin of why he made the ponies cuss so much. It's edgy and offensive. He's done a few things that have gotten him in deep shit over the years. And he's like, it's just a joke. I was just making a funny joke. But you literally drew Steven Juniverse. I don't know, man. Look, I'm not that tapped in the culture. I make my mistakes, but even I'm like, that's probably a bad idea. That was unwise. But he also has a... I don't know where he's at these days. I haven't watched him in years. But... Squeaky bed. He always had that air of someone who's like low-key in the right-wing stuff but doesn't want to admit it out loud kind of a thing. So, I don't have the most respect for Max Gilardi. I do remember Harry Partridge, who anyone in this chat probably most knows for Dr. Bees, getting in a fight with him on fucking Twitter. It's like, it's a shame you waste your talent on this Dot Move shit instead of something original. You know, brought to you by the guy who's been trying to milk Starbarians and make that a thing for years, and it's just awful. I hate Starbarians. I think it sucks. Dr. Bees is usually at least kind of funny. It's just kind of a funny concept. It's a stupid character, fine. The Starbarians is innately mean-spirited. Like, the humor is that they're mean-spirited, and I was like, I don't enjoy that at all. So Harry Partridge is iffy with me, too. Most of the Newgrounds Old Guard, you're gonna have stuff like this. Right? Like, people like Aaron Hansen used to be really offensive. Like, yeah, but he's actually gotten better. He made a point of trying to get better. And most of them doubled down. So I still have some respect for Aaron Hansen. Because he at least tries to become a better person every day. Best I can tell. Whereas, You got like Rice Pirate. What happened to him? I don't know. He like lost his mind, fucked off. Stamper. What happened to him? He lost his mind, went absolutely insane. And last anyone I knew, he was rehabbing on a cattle ranch somewhere with no plans to ever come back online. Wow. Max Gallardi constantly sticking his foot in it. Like they're just. Excuse me. Reflex. No fun. It turns out a bunch of the animators that got their upstart on a website that really favored weird, edgy humor never grew out of their weird, edgy humor, and it caused issues as they became 20 or 30 some odd year old men. Because they were all men. I've never heard of a female Newgrounds animator, probably because the sexual harassment would have chased them away. This doesn't seem like a particularly great site for that unless you're there to like sell your voice for cheap hentai cartoons people make. There's a few. I think the most popular one now is like Magically Mystic, and every time I see her, because she posts pictures of herself all the time. I think she looks like Mara Wilson? That's the girl who played Matilda, right? Yeah, she looks like Mara Wilson. She looks like Mara Wilson traveled in a time machine to the future to just be an internet e-girl, and it's very strange. It's so strange. I'm like, not even modern Mara Wilson, like 90s Mara Wilson, but slightly older so she can get away with being naughty. And I'm just like, that's not the vibe I expected. Throws me off every time. Doesn't seem like a bad VO. Good thing to have in your contacts list if you ever have money when you're making animations of that kind, you know, but boy howdy. Weird as hell, but she looks like Mara Wilson. Mara Wilson with an OnlyFans. I'm just like, okay. But, I don't know. Not her fault. She looks like Mara Wilson, I'm sure. She just does. Can't get it out of my head. I think I'm hitting that age where even people in their like mid-20s, late 20s start looking like kids to me. Weird. Weird that your brain can adjust that, because you think back to when you were a kid, people like that looked like grandmas, you know, and you're like, oh, I don't know. Either that or we had some real change in how people age over the years, which I guess there's enough microplastics to make a case for that. I see some people who are legally allowed to post some questionable things, what have some serious baby face going on. And I'm sure there's an audience for that, but it kind of makes me go, oh. And I can't tell if that's me specifically just growing up and having that part of my brain chemistry change or what. But maybe they are actually baby face. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe both. Maybe both. What a fun conversation. Someone else talk now. I don't know. Anyone does lurk in here from like DeviantArt or something. Yeah, most of what I post doesn't go on DeviantArt. But for multiple reasons, not the least of being DA's hard lean into AI. Screw that shit. In fact, they've got video now. I'm still confused about that, because last I knew it was invite only to even post video on DeviantArt. Now anyone can just use their core membership and post AI video. I'm like, I didn't know I could post real video. Fuck you. Let's have multiple streams in a row where I talk about how AI is shit. Why not? It's not. It's really not. Not if the rate things are going, especially. There are applications that are viable, I'm sure, but it's, in my mind, in research and shit. We had Muffle in here the other night. Not in here, but on Pixel, talking about, like, applications at work or whatever, but it's like an in-house model. I'm like, alright, I guess, but it's hard as an artist to look at AI as anything but a world-ruining piece of shit that also killed your economic opportunities so you can't pay rent. And some people are like, well, that's just automation. I'm like, it's not. No, see, A, we're automating all the creativity out of things, and B, we're automating. We're not even doing that well. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I hate this shit. Hate that shit. Are you seriously not going to mark any of that? I think the only way AI can be useful is if it is in the hands of people who are educated on the subject matter they're dealing with, and it's innately being used for the opposite of that, in its present implementation, and that's not good. It needs a level of fact-checking and oversight to be worth anything that it just presently does not get or have. And that most companies seem averse to giving it, which bothers me. That's weird. I hate that. You know? Now you get shit like Blue Sky. It's like Claude writes 90% of my code. Fuck off. At this point, it's not even my yacht. It's my doomsday bunker. I gotta afford it somehow. Hey, no. Do not sharpen your claws on my chair. Come on, May. Gotta learn. How am I supposed to afford more slave labor in companies with terrible labor protections? Basically. Though honestly, I think they are aware that the world is going to go to shit and it's going to be their fault. And there's like, well, we can be safe. You know? I think they're just being selfish like always. They're sociopath. You know? They just... They don't care who gets hurt as long as they get what they want. And anything else is just trivial details. I would love for the peasants to have enough and start burning some stuff down, though. Honestly. I've lost all faith in any of that happening. Yeah. But I more meant like en masse. See, the response to the Mario warehouse is the same as the response to Luigi Mangione shooting and, frankly, every act of violence in this country aimed at anyone. And that is what has me convinced that the modern moderate liberal will just respond to the French Revolution itself as a fucking mental health crisis. It's not a people who are desperate and in need of help. No. They needed therapy. See, they need to deal better with the queen telling them to eat bread. Or eat cake, because there was no bread.
They needed to manage their emotions better, and the beheading was so uncivil. That's how I feel about that at this point. That no matter what, that is how they're going to talk about anyone taking action to any degree. It's going to be some bullshit about how they were, because it tempers people like, oh yeah, I know they were crazy. I'm not crazy. I won't do that. And like, they got to control people. And it's really frustrating because at this point it is increasingly difficult to feel like there's anything we can do that's not a little insane by some measure, you know? It's frustrating to see like all of it lumped together, no matter what the motive, no matter what the end goal, no matter what the purpose, no matter who it is. You know, left-wing violence, right-wing violence, violence with a cause, or violence out of hatred and fear. It's all just lumped together into one fucking, what is it? It is mental health. It's just mental health. No, at this point, it's physical health. It's the well-being of your family. It's the ability to afford having rent. Because no one owns anymore. It's the ability to afford having rent. It's the ability to stay alive. You know, are people fighting in fucking Iran at this point in a mental health crisis? No, they're in a war. Manipulated into a war somehow or other, and now they're here fighting, but when the government does it, it's fine. When the police do it, it's fine. When we do it, it's a mental health crisis. But it's so frustrating. You know? The whole mess of things. It's a whole world of he said, she said, escalated to like 10 billion because now it's like they said, but it's that sounds like a gender criticism. It's not. I'm talking about like this news station versus that news station. I just didn't know how to phrase it. Frankly, if all the NBs want to start fighting, more power to them. I don't know. I don't know what to tell them. That's supposed to be some sort of joke. Please don't start fighting. I've been talking to myself mostly for 3 hours. I'm doing my best here. Trying to maintain some sort of conversation and interest. But the world is in a dire state, especially America is in a dire state for the average person, maybe not for the economically wealthy that are now talking about, what if we have a recession? Bitch, most of us have been in one for years. What are you talking about if? Just because your fucking stock market is fine doesn't mean the rest of us are doing great, you know? I hate that we only measure our success in an economy with the corporate end. It's a folly. It's a logical fallacy of some kind. It's a problem. Because corporate end thrives when everyone else is struggling. In a weird number of situations. Maybe it wasn't that way when we started the stock market. We started measuring by it, but given how the Industrial Revolution treated employees, I'm pretty sure it was the way. I'm pretty sure this has always been the way with this shit.
I have felt things sliding backwards my entire adult life. And I started it broke, you know? It's never gotten better. Not for any meaningful length of time. Like, things stabilized a bit when IMI was going well and Rick was still in charge and Mom was still my boss. And things kind of worked out. I wasn't paid great because I was never a good enough worker, but frankly, I don't think I'm ever going to be a good enough worker for anybody. Even now, we've had the issues with rent and shit, and I had the skebs delisted for like a month like a dumbass. And Mom's response was to go on a huge scolding about needing to use calendars and shit more. A thing I had literally done the day before in response to realizing I fucked up and needed to plan some shit. Like, I was trying to rework my schedule. I was in Google Calendar literally the day before. Not good enough. And then she started telling Katie the same thing. I'm never a good enough worker by my family's standards. Or by capitalist standards, because frankly, that's the same thing. Let's be real. And it's exhausting. Because I am trying. Even my therapist is like, I don't accept that you're doing your best. And I'm like, okay. I'm kind of broken right now, to be honest. I'm doing my best to keep on it. I've tried to do good this week and make things better on a schedule and shit. Has it paid off? I maybe a little, you tell me. There's certainly more hashtag content, because that's my goal in life, to make content. But I don't know anymore. You know? What am I good for? It's a mystery. What am I trying to achieve? Whatever I can, mostly. And I am grateful for the support I get, and we are in a situation where it will probably never truly be enough. Because there's no reasonable amount of support I could get that I think would pay the bills. It helps. It absolutely helps. I need the money, but things have to escalate wildly, and the people that escalate wildly are the ones that can do this 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, no distractions, no anything, responsibilities. You know, if at worst they have a spouse at home or something, or someone that helps them make bills and feeds them so they can keep working. And I can't do all that shit, you know? So it's difficult. Welcome back. I didn't know you left. I've been mumbling to myself this whole time. Very stream of consciousness, Yuri. I'd have a hard time recapping all of it. Thank God for VODs. Have fun with that. I'm just tired. Tired of having to go so hard and never being enough, and feel like there genuinely will never be enough. And I haven't even had a savings account for like 10 years. Like, there's no point. I can't keep any money. So I can't hold on to anything. It all immediately goes to whatever. Bills, food, the desperate need for a break from my burnout, so we cave and order out or something. We do quite often because I can't even keep up with the dishes, man. Like, it's bad. It's tough. Doing my best, but it's tough. And getting chewed out because I didn't do it enough is... That's hard. That's hard for me. Are you kidding me? I did this all on the wrong layer. I did this on that layer. I'm stupid. Okay. you know, the leaving the skebs closed that whole time, that was an honest mistake. That was just, I messed up, and it ruined us for a month, basically. Not that I've been making mad bank over there, but every bit helps. That's probably easily $300 or $400. It just never happened. So I'm just exhausted. I don't know what to do better or different anymore. That's within my... It feels like my capability. I feel like I'm capable of less all the time. I feel like I'm more and more drained, and there's more and more being asked of me, and I just kind of want to... I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what the solution is, you know? 10-person polycule to make the bills work? I don't know. Finally, we can split the chores. Imagine the mess when you make dinner, though, and the food budget. Oh, my God. Does it solve anything? I don't know. At least you're buying in bulk. Need a bigger house, though, so rent. Whatever. I'm glad you feel like your own boss. I don't think I ever really had that sense of now I'm the only one in charge of me. It never really clicked over to me. Yeah. Well, they also say eggs in baskets, so that's part of the Twitch. I can't bring in 10 bitches, but I can bring in sometimes 10 whole viewers. Ooh, once in a blue moon. And then boom, we can use that as a revenue stream. Yeah, that's fair. Let me exist on my own terms, sort of thing. I get it. Fair. Fair, valid, desired. Sorry, I don't mean to be a downer or anything. You're not a pets girl. See, I always have music or something going, but it's like music like this or something. And people are like, "Why do you listen to what you listen to?" And it's like, why is it all this instrumental shit? Why is it? 'Cause it's what I do for like just noise. I don't have a TV going. I don't have other people around. It's my little soundtrack to existence. It's not meant to be overstimulating. It's not meant to be, you know, everything else. It's just meant to be there for me, you know. If someone else is here listening to it, then cool. This is all me music that I made, so enjoy my music I made. I don't really post it anymore. I rarely get to work on it. I still like doing it, but you need a level of like focus and quiet. Yeah, well, fair, I guess. I see it more as my pet is giving time to me, the poor bastard, but sometimes I gotta clean up their poops or something, but I'm also, that's part of not fucking dogs so much. It's like, oh, you gotta take them outside after cats. Like, all right, I have energy. Let's clean the litter box. A little more choosing my own terms about it. If I'm not on the ball, the litter box will usually be okay for a day or two. You know what I mean? For a week. No comment. Not always the best parent. Do my best, but and many people refute that now. I don't do my best. I don't do enough in general. I'm a failure. Yeah. I'm just quoting some feedback I've been getting lately. Yeah. Yeah. The cats can be high maintenance, but I love them. And the purring is supposed to be good for stress and anxiety. And sometimes it really is. Sometimes you want to take a nap and the cat is sleeping on your face and you can't get comfortable because there's a cat sleeping on your face. But usually, you know, not all bad. But hey, I love my little bastards, even when they're barfing everywhere. And I've gotten so familiar with the sound of a cat barfing that I can now freak people out with the accuracy of my impersonating a throwing up cat. Ooh. There. I'm feeling kind of overstimmed a lot lately. It's I was trying to do daily walks till a couple days ago. I only got like 3 days into it, honestly. Back was protesting, but also it's just super overstimulating. There was some teenagers out in the park just going fucking crazy and blaring loud fucking music and making a bunch of noise and revving their engines and doing cookies, and I'm just like, oh my god. And then traffic was super bad, and I haven't gone since. I'm still feeling like worn out from that one. There. It's just done. Well, some of us don't have to worry about that. I don't know where I'm at anymore with most things, honestly. Favorite tool in the new clip studio right here. Just what are you doing? I get to choose the bounding box. It is so nice. Especially with my weird crooked drawing and stuff, sometimes it's very helpful. Wash, by the way. Stretch that back. Summon my guys. Playing that same familiar findings thing that Liz has. She got it for Kaz and I. I'm pretty close to done with it overall. I need a bunch of T5s though, so I'm basically not done with it at all. I've more or less done every upgrade, damn near. It's just a matter of getting it. I've done every upgrade. Ding. Every cosmetic, every background. I just gotta get all the decorations, which is completely optional. Kind of silly. But, working on it. The song gives me mixed feelings because of the emotions tied to it. Yeah. Cleaning up my box, cleaning up my box, making my back pop, making my back pop. Why does my back hurt? Why does my back hurt? Ooh, because I've been drawing for 3 hours. I'm old. I'm old, I'm old, I'm old, I'm old. You like my song? Rolls again. Is it not on shuffle? Is that the problem? It's not on shuffle. That is the problem. Oh, okay. Let me elbow the microphone. That'll fix it. I'm good at my job. Oh. How's everybody holding up? We having a lovely night. It is a Saturday. How is your weekend going? I am holding a human conversation. Like humans do. Pizza? I did not have pizza. I had air-fried chicken tendy. Oh, those help me. Okay. Wow. They might be, stuck. Yes. Alright. Waiting for the right dudes to come together. There's no reason to marriage them otherwise, because they don't help me. Fuck it. Chicken tendy and pizza. Well, you're really going for it. I'll give you a chicken tendy, girl. Come get it. Got 2 faces left, and then I'm free in theory? All of my layers are fucked up at some point, it seems. So that's not ideal, because those were supposed to be separate, but fuck me. Wait, showing lighting on Oz. I don't know. Itchy. Ow. Buddy, thank you. You're almost done. You can do it. You can sketch a page in one sitting. Professionals do like 20 in a day. You'll never succeed. The wail of me being consumed by the earth. Okay, let's see. Well, since I said so when I first started, most people weren't in here yet. As a reminder, tomorrow, nothing. That's supposed to be dev stream, but because of the schedule we're on and stuff, I am not even going to pretend. Doesn't mean I won't work on anything, but it does mean that I have to be in bed very early and have things I need to take care of around the house and all this other shit. Because my cat has a vet appointment at 8 in the morning, Monday. What does that mean for Monday? It means I'll probably take a nap before playing games with Liz. That's what that means for Monday. And I still don't know exactly what we're doing Monday. Could be Faz, because they have that drop right now. We could help people get drops, which would be more exciting if anyone in our community played Phasmophobia, but I don't think anyone does. So I just watched someone to get mine. Fuck it. I now have the Guardian Angel shirt thing. The Alan Wake thing starts on Tuesday, I think, which is not our day, but we might pick a day to do that. I don't know. Walk around is still on the table. There's lots of stuff. I'm not entirely above just trying Ghost Janitors again. Fuck it. Like, Faz is so wild right now that what are we going to lose by trying something else? I don't know. I'm really hoping they fix it up with the Alan Wake event. Some of the bug fixes were scheduled for that anyway. Not holding my breath. That character update's bad. It's such a... It is to the point where I wonder why they bothered. How's that? It is really bad. Huge disappointment. Universally, people are like, this is bad. And I'm used to it from the Steam discussions, but there's multiple threads about, like, what did you do? You know, usually there's at least some defenders, and Faz, in this case, character update, no. Where it's like, this doesn't even seem remotely done. Why did you release this? I'm pretty sure they released it because people kept complaining it wasn't out yet, and it seems like they kind of really rushed something out the door just to be like, see, we listen to the community. It's like, you don't need to listen to that part of the community. Listen to the community that's, like, encouraging you and sees what you see and is trying to improve the game. Like, I know there's people who's like, no, they hear all the criticism. Like, all the criticism is kind of the same, though, isn't it? And some of it they do hear, but it's not all easy overnight solutions, you know? Fundamentally change the entire game. The atmosphere is not good enough. Why is Horror 2.0 taking so long? Well, they keep bringing it up, so they should bring it. Well, yeah, they're trying to figure out something to make it better, but I'm not sitting here and defend them all day because they have their issues, but some of the criticism sucks and is pointless and won't help anyone to listen to. That's just the reality. That's the reality of most criticism, honestly. Sometimes it doesn't help you. If someone doesn't see what you're even trying to do, their opinion on how you're doing it is not that helpful in helping you do it better. Mostly, their opinion on how you're doing it will tell you, oh shit, they don't even see what I'm trying to do. Then you get to decide if that's your fault or theirs. And sometimes, brutal reality is, it will be theirs. Not all the time. Sometimes you do have to be like, okay, wait, step back, you fucked up. Sometimes. There is still, to this day, a reader of Lonely Hooves, at least one, if not several, who adamantly hate Rainbow Dash and took to reading Lonely Hooves because of my initial portrayal of Rainbow Dash and refused to see anything we're actually trying to do with Rainbow Dash because they just want to hate Rainbow Dash and thought it was a great place to do that because clearly I hate Rainbow Dash too. does their criticism really help me? No, it just tells me I introduced Rainbow Dash in a way that wasn't great, possibly. It was flawed, and I acknowledged that a long time ago. I kind of overstepped with Dash's intro. What would I do better? I don't know. We're not rewriting it. It's done, you know? We're not going back and dwelling on it. We're moving forward. So, do better going forward. It doesn't break her characterization in this. It actually set up a lot of things. In fact, reacting to the initial impressions of Rainbow Dash is part of what inspired half of the development with her in the story in the first place. And I think that's some of our better shit. So, that is an example of, even if the criticism itself is not always helpful, there is a core to it you can pull out, and you can use it and make the whole thing better. But some people would say the criticism is that I don't hate Rainbow Dash enough. Others would say I didn't portray her as a perfect angel. I was like, whatever. Some people think I do a great job. You have to parse a lot of these things. You have to figure out what's going right, what's going wrong, and what you want for your own work, and all this, whatever. Point being, I don't blame the Phasmo devs for not just bending the knee to every demand on Steam. I've genuinely seen a guy say just port the whole game to Unreal. The game's been in development for 5 years. Just port it casually to Unreal. It will, quote, be so much better, I promise. What? Like, if you get criticism like that, what do you do besides laugh at all? It's like if someone came in and be like, just use Paint Tool Psy instead. Redo the entire comic in Psy. No. Start over and do it in a different everything. No. No. That's dumb. That's just dumb. I don't care what engine you use. You think there are benefits to all of them for their graphics engine. Sure, like they all have their pros and cons. But like, outside of the Unreal Engine's lighting is really good. I don't think there's much that they'd improve upon with it. You know, they'd have to rebuild the game pretty much from scratch anyway. Never mind that half the assets in fucking Phasmo are still from the asset store, the Unity asset store, which probably has terms and service of like, you know, use this in Unity. That's it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the point of the store. Never mind your net code, your voice to, you know, your speech recognition systems, your whatever else you're doing in there. Like, so many things you're doing are probably platform dependent. Just port it. Just casually port it. It'd be so good, guys. Just do it. Because I, a random person on the internet, told you to. Unhinged. Unhinged. Yeah, people kept asking for this update. This character update. Where's character update? Where's character update? Here's your character update. It wasn't ready. You still glad you kept asking every 5 fucking minutes? It's overdue. Yeah, I know it's overdue. You know what else was overdue? Slime Force was supposed to take me 6 months to make. That ship sailed a long time ago. But you know what? The game is better for it. It has more going on. It's more ambitious. It's more polished. It's got... Yeah, it's more scope, and that's its own problem, potentially. But it's also, you know... I think it's actually something I could sell now. Something people would be interested in. At least, you know, the direction it's headed. Sometimes things take time. I call it letting it percolate. Some people say let them cook. I've been saying the percolate longer than the cook. But the cook is the idea, so cook works. Cook works. I'm glad that phrase exists now because mine's weird. But sometimes you need to let stuff cook. Just let it cook. You know, there's something in your head. I have all these questions about what do I want to do with Trolldane. I still don't know. It's been years. It's been over a decade of no Trolldane. What is my ideas and ambitions for Trollland? I don't know. It still needs to cook. It was undercooked the first time. It is the lesson I learned on cooking. We're letting it cook. I'd love to do something with it. I don't have time anyway. I'm limited. That windblown look. She is outside of a train right now. Let's do this. Let's just have a bit of like choo-choo up here. And Lonely Hooves has moved at a slow pace, and it's had lots of time to cook. That's how we've got all kinds of shit. I didn't go into this thinking this chapter would exist. This was not part of the original plan. But it moves several things in the direction I want them to move. It helps set the stage for, you know, Finn and Muse's whole thing. It reveals Muse much earlier than I originally intended. That wasn't supposed to happen until fucking Canterlot, basically. The end of Canterlot is going to reveal Muse more, but who's at my feet? Hi, Milo. Can I help you? You know, I cooked, and this is chapter, 4 now, and it's not in the original outline, but it is probably one of my favorite bits right now, just because it's unhinged and fun, and it really lets me have Oz come in and do shit early instead of just appear later as a new problem. It lets me push the Venal Muse story forward early and hold that interest we kind of established and pay off some of the mystery earlier than intended. So, because we need to relieve some of it. The whole point of the story, there's a bunch of questions and they need answers, and some of them have had answers by the time they introduce new ones as I answer them, right? So this helps answer a few things, and then it adds new questions, but they're relevant, and you want to give some sense of closure to things, not just build forever more and more problems, you know? And it fills in that gap of going to Canterlot, which is going to be like a screen wipe equivalent. Like, we're in Canterlot now. Don't worry about it. Which wouldn't have been innately bad, but again, this lets me do all sorts of shit that I wanted to do. It does introduce a couple new problems, like for Sierra moving forward, how I'm going to handle her, and things that were going to be her, but I didn't feel fit the character's direction anymore. It happened to Shade, too. There's much stuff that was supposed to be Shade that just didn't fit in the end, and it's kind of had the evil cast, so to speak, evolve constantly as we've written this in response to, like, oh, they just kind of... What was originally going to be one villain has become segmented into several, and it's just better, though. Let's see what my cat wants. I'll be right back. What do you want, cat? Cat? What, cat? We're not doing that. I just put that food in there. Follow. That's it. No. Freaking cat is in a mood today. Oh. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost done. The hard part, at least. Hey, her hard part's a different part.
Yes.
And she keeps waking up to just answer me about things. It's kind of funny. Okay, no, go to bed. I don't like that. Go to bed. Go, go, go. Nope. Not doing the weird eyes underneath me. Honey. Keep it. That is full on creeping. Full on creeping. Dude's creeping. If anyone's interested at the end of this, I can in fact show off some of the various viewer attacks that are available to be bought. There are so fucking many. Some are just memes. Some of them I really question if they had the rights to, like Homer Simpson going back in the bushes. Holy cow. Also, as a reminder, if you have the 2,000 point one, which I might lower the cost of, honestly, it seems really high for what it is. You can get one of the paid ones for free-ish. It's 2,000 points, but points are free, so whatever. You don't get to choose which. Also, every 3 streams you watch, be sure to claim your booster packs. Claim your booster packs. They're free. They give you whatever, just like the random one does. I don't think you have to watch 3 in a row. I think you just have to watch 3, and you will get a booster pack. Somewhere in that fucking thing. I don't know where. Somewhere is a button. Booster pack. It's if you open it next to your attacks, it's the blue button with a little like look like a square or something being peeled off. There's a yellow dot next to me, which I think means it's there. There's also categories you can look through. You got options. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. In fact, if I go onto my channel properly, I might actually be able to see those options more thoroughly. Yeah. Oh, it's over there. Yeah. There's Ketier's custom ones, limited as they are, they do exist. You can throw my own emotes at me. You can do laugh and pause. You can grab various Ara and whatnot. I don't think they're sorted in any real way, but you can categorize. There's all kinds of crap. There's so much crap. But grab your booster pack, bottom right. Bottom right, booster pack button, every third thing you watch. Oh, you have to mark every day? Okay, so open that and mark it when you watch, and I guess you can get a stupid frickin'... I thought that was automatic. That kind of pisses me off. Okay, whatever. You have to mark it every day. Not every day, but every time you're here, you can mark it. Again, at least, I don't think it has to be in a row. If I'm wrong about that, that fucking sucks. But I think it's just if you catch 3 streams and open that and do the little mark, you get the freebie. Which should work the same as choosing a random attack. In theory, if I understand correctly. Now, you might notice I don't know everything. I didn't code it myself. Sorry. There's many things in this world I don't know. I was just trying to find stuff that seemed on brand for us and would be fun. Because anything that can get people to pay me like $1 or $2, it adds up. You know? And if that is throwing jump scares of clowns at me, then so fucking be it. Although I will warn people, I lowered the volume of the air horn significantly. Because at full volume, it was way too loud. It was way too loud. It was beyond jump scare and into ear damage. So it woke my wife up from a dead sleep, and I don't want to do that. She sleeps behind me a lot. So while the jump scare ones are probably popular, my wife likes taking naps, and I don't want to be ruining her life and her day with and stuff. You know what I mean? I am sometimes mildly considerate. Don't tell anyone. Let's see again. Sierra. I think I actually wrote the Red Mist scene into this, by the way. Not the bartender, he's fine, I promise. I'm not taking away Yuri's boyfriend. But, some pony's not getting out of this okay. That's all I'm saying. I don't think I actually did straight up Red Mist, though. I think it's Pegasus gets replaced with Feather or something. I don't know. Tweaked it somewhat. Like, yeah, it's probably a little intense for this. I'm not going for the R-rated violence here. I'm just going for... Oh, no. Maybe R-rated trauma. I might upset some people by the end. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I manage to fuck people up. I really think if I was going to manage to fuck people up, the Ed jumping off a building would have done it, but alas, most people were just mad that I spent so long on that chapter, it seems. Which sucks. I love that chapter. Luckily, it's my house and I can do whatever the fuck I want. If the ponies aren't ponies for a little bit. Because the story, in my mind, was better. Leaving Equestria briefly. It is the center of the story. But it is not the only place. That's the secret of Lonely Hooves. Oh sure, most of it's in Equestria, but it's not the only place. Sorry. Been debating with Kaz whether or not we should call the border between worlds the River Styx. I just think that's fun and in line with the theme. I'll probably do it, frankly. And some people are like, that doesn't make sense mythologically. I'm like, yeah, well, it's my mythology, so I'll do whatever the fuck I want at this point. Bastet was a goddess, not, you know, a race of cat people working for the stinking sun god or whatever. Because it's not the sun god, you see. Osiris. I got a lot of beef too. It's like, oh, everyone always makes Anubis a bad guy. Everyone does this, everyone does this. I was like, yeah, no, Death isn't innately a bad guy. But you gotta give me time to cook, you know? 20 streams. Damn, good job. I think that's easily the record. You know? Why is Anubis a villain? Well, it's not Anubis, it's an Anubis, for starters. Very important distinction. Second, he's a villain for now, yeah. But he seems to have his own thing going on. Is there a chance, a potential, that it's not all as black and white as it seems? That there's more to it than initially meets the eye? Keep hoping I'll eventually earn people's trust enough that they'll think, maybe there's more to it than that. And my gut reaction might not be entirely correct. But no, everyone assumes I'm going to do the stupidest thing, even though I consistently keep doing stuff that throws them off. Like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Like, well, why do you keep thinking I'm going to do the stupidest thing? Why do you think it's all going to be the most obvious outcome? It hasn't yet. I give you all hints. You can't say you look back and don't think that's there. They're there. We can go through and point at them. You're like, oh, I never put that together. Yeah. But alas, time and again, they're like, oh, you're going to do this. This is going to go exactly this way. Blah, 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 blah. And literally had people try to call the entire story before. I know where this is going. This, and that. It'll be the most wrong shit I've ever read. Especially like chapter 1. They were like, oh, I know exactly what this is. He's going to get friendship. They're going to cure his depression or whatever. And blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no. No. Do you see the chapter number? You're in chapter 1. You have no clue what this is about yet. This is a character introduction. Then you get to chapter 2, and a god of death is gonna show up, crashing a party. You're gonna get to chapter 3 and find out Homeboy jumped off a building because he was tripping balls and tried to reach out for his sister, and she wasn't actually there. A last-minute decision that I will die proud of. It's like, wait, he's already hallucinating. What if I made it worse? Perfect. Perfect and traumatizing for all parties involved, exactly like that situation needed to be. Was so happy about that. Cannot stress enough how happy I am with most of chapter 3. I know it's going to be a lot of people's least favorite part because, oh god, it's not ponies. I'm like, shut up. Read my story. Read it for story reasons. But like, oh, get to cook. That's what I'm saying about trolling. When I get to cook, it usually comes out alright. Or why I miss SWAT. He believed in me. I don't know if he's ever coming back to us or if he's mad at me or something, but I think, you know, he's just trying to get his life together, and I'm probably an issue for that. He innately wants to help, and we are beyond his means to help, probably. So I get it. Hate that he feels like he has to kind of disappear over it, but like, I am on Steam, I guess. I noticed that. I could message him there if I really wanted to, I suppose, but I don't want to. If he's avoiding me everywhere else, I don't want to poke the bear and be like, hey, how you doing? You know? It's contrary to how it seems. I'm not entirely obsessive about money. I just stress a lot about it. These are very different things. Okay. Right here, like this page, this should give you some ideas of like something's going through her head, right? Why is she reacting like this? Was she not in on the plan? You know? It's not all cut and dry. Why did she seem so fond of the kids if she's just gonna contribute to them all getting killed? Did you know that bastards are historically, like, associated with protecting children and stuff? I hope that doesn't come up at all in this thing that's, at the very least, inspired by a lot of folklore, if not entirely true to all of it. I can pull from it, you know. It may not be entirely true to it, but I can pull from it. Is Ciara a bastard so kind to the children because they were protectors of children? Why is she so upset when something's clearly going to turn violent on the train? There's a bunch of kids on it. There's a bunch of innocent people on it. I mean, I'm hoping in this process we'll see that the Reapers are not all just a hive mind of villains, because I feel like some people really think they are somehow, despite all of the ways I've written them. Literally had them arguing before, but you know, whatever. Let's really rub it in for the dummies in the back of the class. No, they don't always get along, and they're not always on the same page. They are under orders. God, if only there was something in the real world right now about being under orders and conflicts that can bring. Oh well. I want the teeth. Makes her look less stupid. Boom. I now have a page. Now all I have to do is a lot more screaming. You like my screaming train, by the way. It just keeps screaming. Yeah. Okay, last but not least, I may as well merge these, because why not? Go down here. I'm not all that sold on him having crazy lighting here, but I'll see what I can do. Creepy bird teeth will never be free of his freaking teeth. Oh god. He, it's Oz, and he's very normal and chill and normal. I really hope that by the end of this chapter, everyone hates this bird as much as we do. Oh, no, I never want to see him again kind of way, but in a, man, he's a good villain. Like, oh, I love Oz. Oz is my favorite villain since Jamal that I've written. He's just so good. He's the right kind of crazed bitch. He's just not cool. But he's entertaining in a weird, fucked up kind of way. I don't know. I don't want to make decisions for people on who the best villain in all the Hooves is. I just really like Oz. He's a freak. He's a little freak, and it's great. He sucks, but in like a, yeah, he sucks kind of way. Like, of course he sucks. So does the Joker. Sometimes the villains suck. And that's the point. Like, oh, you're a bad person. You're unhinged. But you're kind of fun in a weird, lunatic way. Give him like Aaron Hansen, like double chin. Oh no, that's way too on brand. We're doing it. Gonna make him a little gross and wrinkly. A little scrunglo here. A little bit of a scrungle happening. Just a little scrongle. Really lean into that chin, Aussie boy. Oh, that's terrible. That's so good. Just gross him up. Just gross him up. Make that skin like it's barely on his body. because it's kind of true. Oh, yeah. Yep, 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 yep. That's awful. Oh, it wins. That's awful. Oh, it's awful. Okay, cool. A family picture. So there we go. That's going to be my teaser for people that didn't watch the stream. That's what they're going to get to see. In the Lonely Who's channel, it's just going to be that drawing. Just that drawing. What do we think? What do we think? Trauma? Nightmares? Gross? Mostly gross. Where is it? Where's the where? It should be like right up top. Where's Lonely Who's? Where's Lonely Who's? Where there? There we go. There we go. So I don't know how we feel about like weekend lonely streams, but she wants to get back to it, and I don't mind coming back to it. Because Lord knows it's our baby, you know. So there we go. We did a page. Might have to move some text around in the end, but we'll see. Like if I did this and I just kind of did that up to like here-ish. Yeah. Yeah, page written, page done, page drawn. I get to send it back to my lovely wife, who will do all the real work, as she likes to put it, and send it back to me for final touch. And hopefully, we will soon have another Lonely Hooves for everyone after this long wait. Scream Engine came out. Where's the date? I don't see it. It's here somewhere. December 17th, 2025. It's been a few months. So we are overdue. Forgive the pause. It's all the crazy crap going on. I think I'm considered of nearly 1 a.m. Everything else, I'm just gonna make myself more comfortable. Just kind of get out of this little skin here, and it's just yeah, there we go. Okay, yep, stretch it out, yeah, there we go. Okay, my throat hurts. I've been talking a lot. This has been a bit prolonged of a stream, but it's also an overdue thing. So, one last reminder, nothing tomorrow, most likely. I am preparing to take my cat in case she needs to get fixed. We don't know. She was living under a friend of a friend's house, apparently. So, you know, sometimes that's just how life goes. I'm going to move this to a different spot. It's not my downloads folder because that's a stupid spot for it to be. Yeah. But for now, thank you everyone for joining us. And I will see you all on the next one. Final reminder on viewer attack, the little tomato on the left-hand side of the stream, the little heart-shaped tomato. You can click that. There's a little booster pack icon thing on the bottom right of the window that pops up. And that is your per stream check-in. Not daily, but per stream check-in. And if you get 3 of those, you get a random thing to throw at me. And those things can be very fun. If you would like an example of one, hold on just a second, I'll find you one. Let me rummage through my drawer here. Let me look. Let's see. I have to go on the extensions menu, and I have to go to my extensions and viewer attack. And let's see here. Configure. There we go. Okay, what we got? I'm looking. Hold on, I'm looking. Just 1 second. You'll see. Well, I've disabled that one. Egg, water balloon. What are we in the mood for? A dog can pee on me. I turned that off. Mass attack. That's right. If enough people buy it, then for 60 seconds, people can just go crazy. I forgot about that. That's a fun one. That's a fun one you can do. But, you know, there's lots of stuff. Let's see here. Got a cat dancing medium. This one? What's this do? Yeah, that's pretty fun. What else is in here? Let's see here. Another cat. I left all the cats on mostly. That was fun, right? We like little songs. Or you can just give me a nice little clap. There's lots of them. They mostly cost bits. I will probably tweak our channel point stuff soon. So yeah, probably nothing tomorrow. Maybe a little multiplayer on Monday night. And from there, we'll be back to normal. I'll try to wrap a schedule for the week, because that's what I did this last week, and it worked out pretty good. So I'll see you all then. If you're on the Discord, look out for the schedule. I posted it in the cat ears when I come up with it. Someday I'll plan further ahead and have a little image I can put up like over here or something. But for now, I don't have it because I suck. Yeah. I don't need the BRB screen. Stop that. And I will see you all next time. Probably Monday night. And if not Monday night, Wednesday. Probably more Berseria. I have not touched Star Ocean. I might have to stream the grind just to get through the grind. Oh no. I don't think anyone cares about that. I'm gonna do it. Whichever happens, I'll see you all later. Have a good evening or day. I know at least one of you is like Australian. No. Not Australian. Is it? Yes? Oh, whatever. Time zones are weird. Yes, the angle grinder should probably come back sometime. I was right. Yes. Yes. And on the high. Sploosh. Correctness. Sploosh. 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 Otter happy. Sploosh. Good night. Morning. Whatever it is for you. It's always night here. See? Twin time. Sploosh.